Hi, everyone. um, I am on time. Isn't this like a small miracle? Like, what? 1 o'clock on the mother effing dot. Anyway, how are you guys doing today? I am so excited to be here. Um, let's see. JC's here. Yay. Hey, Shannon, how are you? Nadia's here. The Radiant Life, NL. Ariel's here, Kimberly's here, Stephanie's here. Yeah, Tammy is here. Hello. Hi guys. So you will have me for the next 5 hours, and that is crazy. I would just like to say thank you, JC, for, pushing the time up. But anyway, I am here to answer your questions. I know during our live sprints, like people will come in and ask questions, and I try to answer them, but we're also on a mission to write words and finish books and meet deadlines and stuff. So it's hard to kind of give like full-fledged answers or my opinion or whatever it is, and just chat really about anything and everything. So you guys know that I love to talk, and I thought that we could start it off with yours truly for an hour, and then from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., we will have Brooke Cumberland, who is my writing partner. If y'all aren't aware, me and Brooke write under Kennedy Fox together. That's just for anyone who's new here. And, feel free to ask Brooke any questions. We'll be chatting about co-writing and really anything that, you'll want to know. And then after that, we will have Rachel Brookes. She is my Australian friend who has been my literary best friend since the very beginning. Right after I released my first book, me and Rachel started talking. And Rachel will be here. I didn't realize it's going to be 6 a.m. her time, so she might be a little tired. I told her to ditch me. I was like, it's okay. Like, I know that's early. She's like, no, I'll get up first at 6 a.m. or 5 something to be live at 6 a.m. with you. So Rachel will be here. And then after that, we will have Will, Deep Sky Dude, my hubby. He is the smartest person I know. Like, for real, I'm Penny in this relationship. He is very intelligent when it comes to space and science. So if y'all have any questions about, the night sky or anything like that, maybe you're writing a scene in a book and you need a semi-pro to talk to you about astronomy and legitimacy and all that, then ask him questions. He's also pretty large on Instagram and TikTok. He just had a marketing meeting with Instagram, so he's got a little bit of insight there. And then last but not least, we will have JS Cooper, and she's been writing, gosh, like 2011, 2012. I'll have to ask her for sure, but she'll be here for an hour too. She is a hybrid author. I think she was published with Simon and Schuster, but she's started off indie. She's made Wall Street Journal, New York Times, and USA Today. So the girl's got some credentials, and she writes regularly and releases regularly as well. So, but anyway, now that little spill is out the way, thank you so much, Melissa. I really appreciate it. I can't believe that there are, well, now it's like 8,500 people who subscribe to my channel to listen to me talk about something I would talk about anyway. So, being on time, right? That's right. You're right, Miranda. Shouldn't get cocky. Hey, Sam, how are you? We won't tell Natalie. Nobody's going to tell. I've missed you too, JC. We just finished plotting our next book. Actually, we plotted it before this current book released on Tuesday. Like, we had the next book plotted. So I will actually start writing tomorrow. I do plan on scheduling some streams throughout this week. So if y'all are around, your girl's going to be writing because, Saturday, I think I might do 2 sprints. That is the 16th I think I'll do a daytime sprint sesh and then an afternoon sprint sesh. So, oh, thank you, Jenna. I appreciate it. Hey, Danielle, how are you? AGM going for 10K today. Thank you. You can do it. You can do it. Hey, Angelique. And I was gonna call you Angelina, but that is not it. I have 5 questions. Okay, go ahead. Y'all can start asking the questions. I will start answering. Yes, it will be available for the replay. Because I know like 5 hours is a long time to ask people to commit with me. I don't expect anybody to stay the whole time. If you do, you're awesome, but I don't expect that. Watching from a very underwhelming Kansas City airport. Hey, Morgan, Desiree. Have you ever written a manuscript you didn't like? If so, how did you handle it? Janelle, yes, I have. I started off writing young adult paranormal romance before. Well, it was not really paranormal romance. It was like young adult fantasy with romantic elements. Romance wasn't the main plot structure. And I ended up getting a contract with a small press for that book. And it was the first book I ever wrote, and it was terrible. And so I don't know why they gave me a contract. That's crazy. But anyway, I got edits back, and it was so much that I knew that it needed a complete overhaul and rewrite. And I put it off for a long time because rewrites are extremely hard, especially for a newbie who has 0 experience. And I ended up just shelving it. I didn't go back to it. I still have the draft. You know, if I had my website up, I would put the first chapter just so you could all laugh. But I just sometimes we write for the experience of writing, not necessarily to write to publish. And I think that's one of the advantages that Wattpad authors have, or authors who write fanfic, is they're not writing for the sake of making money. They're writing because they love it and they're trying to, like, you know, become better writers. Like, making money was never the intention for fanfic Wattpad authors. I mean, now Wattpad authors, yes, can get paid. But I think sometimes you have to take a hard look at your work, and you just kind of have to either decide that you're going to put the work in to fix it, to make it right. God knows how long that could take. I mean, I'm still trying to rewrite my old books. Or to just shelve it and chalk it up to, I learned something from this. I learned my strengths and my weaknesses. And now the next book that I write, that I go all in with, will be better. Sorry, I have not had any caffeine today. So, if I stutter or say things wrong, please forgive me. I do have a coffee. It's just full. But yeah, hopefully that helps. And don't get it confused with, I think sometimes when we look at the same thing over and over, we get desensitized to our own words. And so a book that we may have been really excited to write, by the time you write it, go through rewrites, maybe rewrite again, go through betas, go through edits, and then you get it back. Like, you're so desensitized to seeing the story and reading the story and getting feedback on it, that I think that we do get sick of our work at some point. Where it's like, wow, this, like, I need this is done. I need to let this go. So you have to know the difference between, is it bad and needs a lot of work? It's like, is there something wrong with the pacing, with the flow? Or have I just seen it so much that I've lost the sensationalism of writing a story that I'm excited about? So, I know, true friendship. I told her that I didn't know if I would do the same for her. If I had to be up for 6 a.m. for Rachel, I would just stay up all night. I'm not a morning person. I haven't want the dog yet. Oh, it's okay, Sarah. Walk and talk. Oh, thank you so much, Barrett. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Yes, the lineup's gonna be amazing. Watching yeah, Steph. We're like friends now. We're like camping buddies. Hey, Lysandra, how are you? Thank you. Translations, how to get a publicist in France. Um, so we have a subrights manager or agent, and she manages our subrights. And she deals with a lot of our French translations because we are in French. That's not self-published. Um, and so she handles all of that. I don't really have any experience other than emailing back and forth with our agent and getting contracts and either, accepting them or negotiating. We will eventually move into French translation self-publishing. But as far as publicists, it's kind of hard because in other countries, like, you don't have like a whole lot of bloggers like you do in the US. Like, I feel like bloggers are a dime a dozen here. But with other languages, it's hard because reading, like e-reading and all that, they're like behind the times where with the US is now. There are some groups on Facebook that are for French readers. There are some websites, I don't know them off the top of my head. This is just me regurgitating information that I've heard from talking to other people about foreign translations. But there are Facebook groups. There are some websites. I think there's one, it's either French or German, but it's like that version of BookBub. And you can pay to have it sent out to readers, but I don't know if that's French or German, like I said. Foreign languages are a great space to be in because, like I said, they are behind the times. So, excuse me, I don't know why I'm burping. They set like when I first started self-publishing, they call that the gold rush, right? Like indies today are like, "Oh yeah, during the self-publishing gold rush." I mean, okay. But in French and German, Italian right now, they are experiencing the same type of growth that we had in 2011, 2012, 2013. And I have friends who, you know, they made $600,000 in a year on their English titles and they have a huge backlist, and they've now translated their entire backlist or working on it in German, French, and Italian, and their foreign translations make more than their English versions, and it's self-published. So I know that wasn't your question, but that's just a general statement to those of you who are self-publishing. I know how intimidating translations can be. When we were new as Kennedy Fox, we did not want to deal with it. We were like, no, sell those rights. Psh, we don't want to deal with that. But now we do because we have experience to do that now. So bless you for catching the lack of AF and N. Angie, thank you. I don't want to be like Angelita, because that's not your name. Yes, house hunting. Part 1. What do you think is the best strategy for newsletter promotion stack on book 1 near the release of a later book in the series? Do you do free or 99 cents? So, free, free, free. If it's the first book in a series, free. I know some people get really weird about giving away free books, but it's literally a part of our marketing tactics. We write series. Series are great backlist books. And if you have, like for us, for example, right now, we've got the Circle B Ranch series, and it's a 9-book series. They're interconnected standalones. It's a family saga. And the first book, which is Hitching the Cowboy, it hasn't been free in a long time. Like, we will do freebies on our first books all the time. And so we're getting ready to finish up this series, and so we are going to do a free book for that one, because when you do the first one free, and if you've done a really good job writing it and hooking people, regardless if it's an interconnected standalone or if it's a cliffhanger, you will see the read through on that after you mark it free. As far as newsletter promotion and stacking, of course, number one is BookBub. Like, that's the king of all newsletters, but we do stack with additional newsletter services. Robin Reads, there are just a number of different types of newsletters, like Fussy Librarian. I don't even know if they even convert that well, but there's a number of different types of ones. And I think stacking is a good thing. You will see the bulk of your downloads with your BookBub. I mean, they're king, but the rest of them can help with the momentum that BookBub can bring you. Also, if you are on all platforms, so, you know, if you're direct on Apple, Barnes & Noble, Kobo, you've got those promotional opportunities in your back office. And if you do not, email them. Writinglife@kobo.com. Just say, hey, I don't have the promotional tab. Can you please give that to me? And they will push it out to you. And they do different promos every month for a number of different things. I know right now they've got a diverse reads promo that they're pushing right now. So if you have any, you know, books that feature POC, you know, people of color, like, they want to help get eyes on that right now. Kobo's very good at that. They do box set promotions and all sorts of different things. And just apply. If they deny you, okay, I would apply for every book. They do freebies, free Fridays, and a number of other things. And they'll do different promos too throughout the year. Barnes and Noble is the same way. They've got indie favorites that they do every quarter that you can apply to and all of that. So take advantage of that. And also Apple, they do have a form where you can submit promotional opportunities if you are direct with them. If you're on an aggregator like Draft to Digital, you can email them and be like, hey, are there any promotions coming up on Barnes & Noble, Kobo, or Apple that I can apply to? Because I would really appreciate that. And they're pretty good about that. Google Play, they do not have promotional opportunities right now other than coupons that you can create yourself, which would be good if you're trying to, you know, give away books at Google Play, get some people over there downloading. But newsletter stacking, yes, absolutely. And use your social media too, and your own newsletter. Like, push it out as hard as you possibly can when you have a free book, because it helps you gain new readers who may not have taken a chance on you otherwise. How many days do you discount book one? Oh man, so it just depends on the series. Like, for Circle B Ranch, for example, that book will not stay free for a long time. It will not be a perma freebie. But if you go and look at our Bishop Brothers series, Taming Him, we did a BookBub on it for a freebie, and it's been free for over a year. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's been over a year. It's been a long time. So it just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If you want to continually push people through that series, I would leave it free longer than 2 weeks. But if you have the potential of, you know, getting a good boost, you see a really good read through, and then you see it kind of drop off, I would bring it back up to full price. And what's crazy is when you bring it back up to full price after being free for weeks or months or years, people will pay for it. And I'm like, literally like 2 days ago, it was free. What are you doing? But I was talking with Brooke, and I think that has to do with word of mouth. Like, if people get a free book, they'll tell their friends, oh my God, I read this amazing book. You should get it. But they talked about it too late, and the book's already marked up to full price. So I think it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If it's a really long series, and you're not currently releasing in it and it's like more of a backlist series, I would leave it free probably a little bit longer. First day and larger sites on the last day. So we kind of mix it up. I think it depends because usually when we get a book bub, like it's like 2 or 3 weeks later and those sites will fill up, like the smaller ones like Robin Reads. So I think it just kind of depends on when we can get in. I know that when I schedule the promotions for like Kobo, Barnes& and Noble, and Apple, I give them the dates of our book bub and how long we're going to keep it free and tell them that we're open for availability for whatever they have during this time period. But I will try to get like the smaller sites like Kobo and Barnes& and Noble to push out before our book bub hits. So then you see a big spike. But, I think just stack them kind of close together, but not too close where it's like all your newsletters are going out on the same day. Like you want to be strategic with how you schedule it. So you're constantly getting boosts and constantly going closer to number one on the rank scale. Okay. What is your husband's IG? Okay, so it's Deep Sky Dude. Deep, Deep, Sky, SKY, Dude, DUDE. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. Thank you. Do you have any tips for plotting, writing stuff for those with ADHD coupled with depression? I just started new meds, but I need all the tips and advice I can get. So I feel like Brooke and I both have attention issues, but we kind of keep each other on track. But really, I'm probably the worst person you could ask for advice when it comes to, ADHD along with depression. I can tell you that when my dad passed away, I was in like the darkest spot of my life. And we had already had the book plotted. So I haven't really plotted a book through major depression, but ADHD has always been around. So there's that. But I can tell you that writing through depression was extremely hard. Like you have to be really kind to yourself. And for me, it was grief and depression and just like everything was just horrible, other than my literary life. But I can say that I tried to be kind to myself and I tried to do what I could do that was good enough for me. I couldn't like compare myself to what other people were doing. Like if I could only write 100 words that day, then you know what? That 100 words, that was good enough because my mind was everywhere. Now today, even when I like think about that book that we were writing like during my dad's sickness, my dad passing away and all of that, like it's a blur to me. Like I don't even know what I wrote. Um it's like a past memory. So um for me it was the deadline. The only thing that kept me moving forward was that we had a deadline. And I don't expect Brooke to write, the 8 chapters that I needed to write. Like, you know, things do happen, but deadlines, if that was lost, if we missed that pre-order because of me, that would have in fact affected our entire year. And I didn't want that weight on my shoulders. So I pushed through it. Would I recommend it? It's hard to say, but I think you just have to be really kind to yourself and you have to give yourself grace and not push too hard. As far as ADHD, I find making checklists is really great for me. Granted, I do have a gazillion checklists that have never had things marked off of it, but I have an app on my phone and it's called To Do, and it gives me a dopamine rush every time I get to hear that bell when I check something off. And it keeps me grounded with the things, that I need to do for writing. So, for example, if I need to write 10 chapters, I will make me a to do list and I will check that off. I also have a bullet journal which is not around me, that I write down all of my sprints. I write down like my schedule as far as writing, and I try really hard to stick to that. But um I'm all over the place when it comes to ADHD. And I am on medicine, so I mean, it does help, but it doesn't completely just make me a magical writer. I still get super distracted. Like if someone asks me a question when I'm like right in the middle of a thought, that thought is gone. Um, but yeah, hopefully that helps. Thank you so much, Jasmine, for the super sticker. I really appreciate it. Have you ever gone back to an older or earlier book and edited it years or months later? Yes. So we're getting the Checkmate Duet series translated into Italian right now. And we got those re-edited by our editor. And I've gone through 3 of them. And right now I'm on book 4. And it is taking every ounce of my every ounce of me as a writer to not rewrite sentences. And it's because like I can see where we were just wordy. Like you don't have to write all those words in between. You don't have to use passive voice. Like a lot of this stuff can be turned into active. But yes, it has been 2017 is when we published that, and I'm editing it again now, and we are completely different writers. Completely different writers. It's hard because you want to rewrite it, but there's just no time to do that. What would Courtney now tell Courtney 10 years ago, and how does that translate to newer writers? Oh man. I tell myself, your job really sucks. And you know it does. But you're going to escape from that hellhole. And don't you worry, you will actually have that last laugh just like you planned. And it's going to be bittersweet. And like, keep going. Like, just keep going. Keep going. I know that's so cliche. Like, just keep going. It's going to be great. Like, you're going to do it. But there were a million times that I wanted to quit. We all do. It's hard to self-publish. It's hard to write books. It's hard to continually be creative. Especially when you like write a book and it doesn't do the way that you want it to, or it gets banned off Amazon. Like that happened to me back in the day. There's a lot of drama in romance landia. So there's been a number of times that I'm like, what am I doing? Like, is this really what I'm gonna do? But yeah, I would say don't quit. Be resilient. Like, of course I would. But yeah, it's all gonna be worth it in the end. That's what I would tell myself. But can you say my last name? Irizarry. Irizarry. That's how I would say it. Tell me, Angie, did I hit it? Did I miss it? Hello. Hi. I'm so glad you're here. How do you decide what to share online, or are you a more oversharer? I think that I'm an oversharer. Yeah, I it's hard for me because like my goal online is to be myself. Like I want when people like meet me in real life, I want them to be like, yeah, she's exactly the way that she is on the internet. She's exactly the way that she is like with her friends. Like I don't want to be a character. And I think that there are a lot of influencers, some authors, let's just be honest, like they create this false narrative of what they are and who they are, and try to sell a lifestyle and those types of things that I feel like when people meet them, they're like, that's not the same person that I watch online. And so for me, I am very bad at hiding things from people. Like, I don't know. I'm one of those people, like, if I have an issue, I'm just going to say, I've got a problem with that. I didn't like that, or you hurt my feelings, or that was rude. Like, different things like that. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I'm just, that's how I am in real life. And so I think that if I was bothered, or if I was happy, or whatever extreme emotion I'm going through, I don't think that I would be able to wear a mask and hide that from people. And so with that comes me sharing things that I probably shouldn't share with people. Um, but then again, I don't care. Someone was like during a live stream, I was like, "Oh yeah, my backyard and da da da." And people were like, "Don't tell people about like the layout of your house. Don't tell people about your backyard. Don't tell people how close the Starbucks is. Don't tell people you're on vacation. Don't tell, and I'm just like, but if somebody's gonna come to my house, like it, it you're probably gonna see me and Courtney. So I think I just share whatever's on my mind. And that's like my philosophy in real life. So what you see is what you get. Do you ever have days where you pull up a book you're writing and for whatever reason you can't bring yourself to write? Yeah, I've experienced that, especially if it's like really hard scenes. Or if it's scenes that is, for example, matching up with another timeline. Like those take a lot of work. And so, um, or if like all day I could be like, I'm in the mood to write. I can't wait to write. I can't wait to write. And then, you know, my mom calls me and tells me that, I don't know, her pipes burst. That's going to throw off my entire day. And by the time I get home, I'm just probably not even going to feel like it at that point. So usually if it's one of those days where I'm not feeling the writing part, I will try to do something else that still is literary related. I'll check my to-do list or whatever, and I'll just try to knock things off. So then I'm still being productive, even though my mind is not in to being creative. Um, no, we don't. Post videos. Could you add your lip? I should do that. I should. I don't even know what color this is. I was like, I took a shower and I was like, I just pulled a random lipstick out of my little container. And I was like, man, this looks like a 90s color. I feel like I had a lip liner this color in the 90s. You lined your lip with like this color and then you put like a lighter color inside. From the editing phase on, if not before, we look at our work as full of errors and mistakes. It's no wonder we get sick of it. Exactly. 5 hours. Yes, 5 hours. Oh, cool. Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I have the entire plot of my next book, but I'm still getting stuck with writing the book. How do you work through that? I don't know. Like, I think it comes with experience, honestly, because I remember being a new writer and I was like a planster. Like, I would have like key points written down and I would like pants my way to the next like huge bullet point. Um, and I would get stuck and I would at some point write myself into a hole. I've done that like 3 times, which was not fun because then you have to go back or change bullet points in the front of the plot to make it still work. Um, I find that when I talk it out with people, it helps me tremendously. And I think that's why co-writing works for me because, me and Brooke just go back and forth and we're like, well, what if this happens? What if this happens? Or, they're going to go to this place, but what if when they're at this place, this happens? And you just get to kind of like build upon each other. And you don't have to have a co-writer to talk to someone about your book. I mean, you could have a friend, a relative, I will talk to Will about plots all the time, and every single time when I'm dying, he's like, "Yeah, that sounds like this movie," because he knows a lot of movies. Like, ugh, all the good stories are taken. But I find talking it out is so super, super helpful because it gets those creative juices flowing. And usually, when you talk it out, and someone who doesn't know the story, who doesn't have that writer's ambiguity, they'll ask questions that'll like spark things that are like, oh my God, like I just had the best idea to get from this point to this point. Or they can throw in suggestions about, your anti-heroes or your heroine or whatever. So yeah, I would just find a plot buddy where you can talk shop about like structure and ideas and stuff like that. I love talking about that stuff with people. I used to have well, she's still my friend, but one of my friends, we used to like talk about random plots all the time. That coffee's good. I have the entire plot of my next book, but I'm still getting stuck with writing the book. How do you work through that? This is the same question. Yeah. Also, I find when it comes to like writing, if I am what they call body doubling, which is people who have ADHD, if they're working with someone for like a like an overall goal, like to do something together, then I find myself being more productive and more inspired to get the words down. So that's why my live streams are like super selfish. Because when y'all come write with me, I focus and we're all trying to accomplish the same goal. But yeah, hopefully that helps. Get excited, talk to friends, schedule writing dates. Thank you so much, Autumn. I appreciate it. So we got our agent after we made USA Today like 4 times. We were getting a lot of emails from audiobook companies and foreign translations, and we knew that we weren't gonna do foreign translations at that point because it was way too intimidating, and we really didn't have the experience to handle all that. But it was very soon. I would say in the first 6 months of publishing our first book, we were selling really well. And yes, she only handles our sub rights. If we wanted to become hybrid, which not in the foreseeable future, but if we did want to become hybrid, we would have to essentially submit to her for full rights, for her to do full rights for us because she only does sub rights. Sub rights is not just foreign translations. It is foreign translations, audiobooks, film rights, gamification, pretty much everything that is outside of our ebooks and paperbacks. The first book I wrote got millions of views on Wattpad, but now that I think about going back and working on it and get it published on Amazon, I feel like a hard no comes from somewhere deep inside. It's because it's a lot of work, Miriam. That's why. It's to rewrite a book that might have been your first one. I don't know. Oh yeah, your first book. To rewrite your first book, it is painful. I just want to say that, especially if it's been years, it's painful. What I would almost do, since you've got the story out there and I assume people can still read it, I would almost send it to a beta reader to get feedback on things that just didn't work for them. And then I would work on that. And then I would do a complete read through and start rewriting one chapter at a time, which is, oh my God. I tried to do that with my first book and I'm like on chapter 3 still. So, and it's been over a year. And then I would send it to someone who will edit it very, very hard. Very, very, very hard. But yes, I understand the hard no, but, if it's a good story and it has millions of views, I would say that it is a good story, even if it might not be the best written story. You've got the foundation of a good tale, a good like the structure is good. People read it a million times, like it has a million views on it. So I would think that it would be worth it. Would I spend a whole lot of time on it and just work on that for 6 months? Probably not. I would make it like a side project and then release it. And yeah, I would do it. If it has views like that, that means people liked it. I would do it. I wouldn't rush it. I would take my time with it, but where have I landed? Um, on the internet. Congratulations. Uh, hey, Rotten Potatoes. Which website do you use to edit your YouTube videos? I use Final Cut Pro on my MacBook Pro. It is, I think, $2.99, but once you buy it, like you buy it once, and there's a lot of tutorials on YouTube that teach you how to use it. It's just like iMovie, but has more features. Um, awesome. That makes me so happy. I implemented for my newly rebranded debut. It will be released on the first. Oh my gosh, I can't. Will you email it to me? Like, I would love to see it, like the before and after. I have another cover critique coming up soon. I pulled the cover for the next one that I'm going to do, and I will have a giveaway to give away, I think, $200 to someone to get their cover redone in that video. So I just need to record it. I don't remember what the genre was, but I'm excited to do it. I'm so happy that y'all are finding that helpful. Can you tell us about the time Kennedy Fox made significant money that you knew you had a viable brand? I would say the first time we made USA Today, and then we hit it with the second book, and then when we had over 6,000 pre-orders for the third book. That's when I knew that this wasn't just something fun for me and Brooke to do. I mean, it was something fun, but at that point we knew that what we had created could potentially be something real. It wasn't just like a fun side project. It could actually be a career at that point. So, the very beginning, like I don't know, sometimes you have these moments in your life and you look back and you think, that one decision changed the entire trajectory of your life. And at that point in time, you think, it'll just be something fun to do. I'm doing this anyway. Like, I'm going to do this thing anyway. Like, whatever. Like, cool. But then, like, it actually becomes successful. And you're like, that one decision, that one conversation, like that one little thing, like you never know when the smallest thing is going to spark something incredible, because we get so used to being like, oh yeah, I'll do that little side project. I'll do that little thing, but I knew from the very beginning. Our pre-orders for the first book were great. We released very quickly back to back. Wouldn't recommend to new authors. I think we did it successfully because Brooke and I both had been writing for years and published, I mean, I don't know how many she published, 12 books or something. And I had published 8. So it was like, we made the big mistakes. We knew what we had done wrong with our own personal brands. And we did not make those mistakes when we started over with Kennedy Fox. And so it was at a very high level when we released. And so people took it seriously. But right off the bat, I remember the first time that I had like a $30,000 check put into my bank account. And it was like, for me, I was like, this is half of my salary at work, basically. Like, I got paid half of my salary that I'm going to work. Like, I would be like, okay, $30,000, that's like 6 months or 4 months of me working corporate that I made in 1 month. And so then at that point, That was back in like 2017. But I was like, this is actually real life. Like this really could replace my job. And I've been saying that for years and I truly believed it with every part of my being. But then when I saw the money and the books and the sales and the people talking about it and stuff like that, I was like, this isn't a hobby. This is a career. And, Brooke and I both went all in with it. We stopped writing under our own names. I unpublished everything. I don't even have to deal with that crap, So not that my books are crap, but y'all know what I mean. Like I don't have to deal with any of that. But um yeah, I think sometimes, and like I just wrote an Instagram post too. This is a little rabbit trail, but that can happen with series as well. Not just like your brand and your books and your author name and all of that. It can happen with series. We wrote Checkmate and it was very successful, especially for a brand new name, although, you had two people who had experience behind it. For a brand new name to kick off without using our bloggers, like we used all new people, like it was a brand new name, started from zero other than our experience. Checkmate was highly successful and it made a lot of money and it still makes a lot of money today. And in that book series we wrote Courtney. Like I know it makes me sound like a sociopath because we have a character named after me, but we were never going to like release that it was us, but we kind of were forced to. But with that being said, we wrote a character, Courtney's brother, Jackson. And, he came in like a wrecking ball and that character stuck with people and everyone was asking like, oh my god, Jackson, he's hilarious, like we want more of him, we need his story, like what's going on. And that's how the ranch was created. Just a random Texan in California being an ass, and an entire saga was created out of that one scene. So, and that Bishop Brothers along with Circle B Ranch, those books have done really well. And they're amazing backlist books. But I struggled with that for a little while. Like, did we move on from duets too quickly? And we moved into Kindle Unlimited at the same time, and y'all know how I feel about that. But not trying to piss anybody off today. But you that's another example of that, but on a smaller scale. Like, oh, well, we'll just write Courtney's brothers who live in Texas, and everybody wanted this brother's book and people will read through it. But we had no idea when we did that we would have a whole saga, like an entire family. Like it was that one decision to do that changed, the trajectory of a few years. We've been writing in that series since 2017. So yeah, hopefully that helps. Thank you so much. No, they're in paperback and ebook. And we use Ingram to distribute because they will distribute to websites that are in other countries. If y'all think Amazon is the only store that sells books, guys, don't even get me started on that one. No, there are countries that don't even have Amazon. Would Draft to Digital let you set it up for free? Is this about foreign books? Is this question regarding that, Kimberly? Let me know. Draft to Digital is, you don't pay. You pay a royalty. You pay a fee on what you actually sell through them. No, I don't think it's difficult. I don't think Barnes& and Noble is difficult. I upload our ebooks, our foreign books. I feel like it's actually a little easier than Google Play. I don't know, like, they don't require a file, like a dummy file when you're trying to set up a pre-order. So, like, for me, Barnes& and Noble, when I'm setting up pre-order is very easy. But, like, Kobo and Google Play require a dummy file to be uploaded. So, I don't feel like they're hard to deal with. Their reporting does suck, I'll be honest about that. Their website right now is running, like, super slow, so it's hard to, like, get updated numbers, but I don't think it's too difficult. Um, okay. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're here. I appreciate it. Um, okay. Oh man, I'm super behind. Oh my God. Do you outline your whole series before starting to write the books or one at a time? One at a time, but we typically know the tropes that will be involved with the books that are like further in the series. So we can announce that this book is going to be bodyguard age gap, and the next book is going to be age gap work romance. They're all whatever. But yeah, we don't do the whole series. We may eventually, if we write some epic tale where there's like a bunch of subplots, because you would need to do that to make sure that check all the boxes. But as far as what we're doing, we just do it one at a time. Thank you, Deidre. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna look for some. Did I glitch? Is it a glitch in the matrix? Yes, please thumbs up this video. Okay. How many newsletters do you send your subscribers per month? Are there any specific things your readers like? Um, I'm gonna save this question for when Brooke comes on, because she does our newsletters, but we send them, I feel like it's weekly. It depends on what's going on though. If we've got cover reveals and book releases and freebies and whatever, like I think it kind of depends, but I'll let Brooke answer that one. So I'm gonna let Brooke answer the Facebook ad ones too. I haven't done Facebook ads in a while. AMS ads, I don't feel like they work well for wide authors, because KU authors are using them a lot, and it's just for a click, $2 for one click. Really? No, how can you make money that way? But Donna, we'll talk about Facebook ads when Brooke comes on. Yes, checklist for checklist. Okay, I'm gonna go in here. I'm sorry, there's so many comments. Just wondering, if you have a nagging headache, do you still manage to write down some words for your book? Nope. If I have a migraine, I can't write because my vision blurs, and so it's literally impossible for me to look at my screen. About my migraines, I think that it might be vision related. So, because of where my migraines are, I'm gonna talk to my doctor about it. But yeah, nope. If I have a headache, it's not happening. If you're stuck with the same writing playlist until the end of the year, what songs or bands are must have on the list? Oh man, Jenna, come at me with hard questions. I have no idea. I haven't been listening to music when I write, so I'm not up to date with anything other than like TikTok trends. I met you and Brooke at the last before COVID. I'm a ghostwriter and have successfully written 11 novels, 6 novellas, and had my first short story published by a publisher last week. What words of advice do you have for me going forward in self-publishing my own manuscripts? I have written 4. I'm terrified of putting my name out there despite technically having written books before. So create a pen name. I hid behind Lyra Parrish for a long time, and I did not tell people unless they were very close to me. And it gave me the confidence and the ability to write whatever I wanted and to do whatever I wanted and to be whoever I wanted to be as a writer in the space. And so I feel like pseudonyms are very helpful to get past that fear of, putting your name out there. When it's a different name, you could be like other authors. If it fails, just leave them up and create another pen name. I'm sure many authors out there have like, especially the ones that don't publish very often underneath specific pen names, they probably have like 5 of them. But yeah, pseudonym, I would say create a pseudonym and publish under that. It was literally freeing for me. We do not have Discord. Any advice on how you come up with titles that all fit a theme? um, it goes like this. What if we use the word yours? Okay. What if it's like 3 words? Like we need 3 words. We're like playing like charades with syllables and no, that word's too long. We can't use that word. And it's literally like just going through and throwing titles back and forth. But the fall of us and the joy of us, I just want to say, I really wanted the title The Joy of Us for a Christmas book. And then Brooke was like, "What about The Fall of Us?" That was the best title naming convention ever. The Fall Queen 100% approves. But yeah, with duets, we try to kind of keep them the same. We think about the cover and how big a word will be on the cover. So if you've got this huge, long word on a cover, it's going to be like this big, you know? So we try to keep our titles short. Um, and then if it's a duet, we try to like make them be matchy matchy. Standalones, interconnected standalones too. But yeah, we just go back and forth. We just go back and forth. Page fright, stage fright for writing. I can't handle the blank page. Starting from the beginning again. Yeah, the blank page can sometimes plague you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. That means so much to me. Oh, thank you. Oh, Crossy, I understand. I understand. You know, there's some groups on Facebook that I joined and they were very helpful. They trigger me sometimes when I'm scrolling and I see the post, but they were super helpful. When it comes to grief, the way that you feel is valid. And if you want to be pissed, be pissed. If you want to be mad, be mad. If you want to be sad, be sad. You just have to take those emotions and, acknowledge them. And I found that's what's been the most helpful for me. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry. It's so funny. Like, I'm sure people who don't like care for me or like me on YouTube are like, all she does is talk loud and cries all the time. Thank you so much. I am 5 books into my 7-book series. Book 6 is being edited and 7 is 1/4 written. How to make the transition from focusing on the writing to focus on the marketing. I know I need to build my newsletter. Angie, you better build that newsletter. Oh my goodness. Like, you know what? When you have a long series like that, if you write a small novella, like 15,000 words to introduce people to your world and put it out on Amazon and then push that to your newsletter subscribers, go and enroll it on Book Funnel, Prolific Works, and get people subscribed to your newsletter that way, then you could potentially use that as a marketing tactic to get them to actually purchase your books. But Book Funnel and Prolific Works is really great for building newsletters without like having to beg people to join your newsletter. It's such a good tactic for new authors. I cannot recommend it enough. I had a friend who used Book Funnel and he doesn't know anything about publishing. And he got over like 1,500 subscribers in like a month of just basically submitting to all of the Book Funnel freebies that he could. And so I think it's underrated and undervalued for newbies and more people should use it. But anyway, that's all I have for my segment, guys. I'm about to bring Brooke on. She's waiting for me in the waiting room. And we're going to chat for a full 50 minutes. Remember, Brooke is an introvert, so be kind. be kind to her. It takes a lot to get her to come on with me. So we will add her to the stream real quick. There she is. She's muted. Still muted.
Okay, how about now?
Yay!
Hello,
You're here.
I am.
So everyone who's new, or maybe you're not, this is my writing partner, Brooke Cumberland, USA Today bestselling author. She is like my literary, we're a power couple, you know, we're literary married. So yeah, ask us any questions about co-writing. There was a question about Facebook ad strategies, which I think
I saw there was a newsletter and a Facebook ads question.
Yes.
I think I can go back to it. And then you kind of were talking about a newsletter a few minutes ago.
Yes.
So where do you want me to start?
Let me go back, see if I can find that question about it was strategies for Facebook ads.
Okay. And then it was how often to send. I mean,
yeah, how often do we send our newsletter?
You got it right. Pretty much, I'd say between 3 to 4 times a month. Sometimes it's once a week. If it gets closer to release, I will do like a weekly newsletter, like 3 weeks to go, 2 weeks to go. At the 1 week one, I usually share like the first chapter or the prologue. Then we'll do teasers and excerpts and all that fun stuff. And then at the bottom, I'll do all kinds of like other, promo stuff.
Yeah.
Usually I want something new for each newsletter to get them to open it, And then they know, at least our loyal ones know, that there's always free books at the very bottom. If not always from us, but sometimes from other authors too.
Yeah, and we have a pretty good open rate. And I think we have, 50,000 subscribers? 50,000?
I actually just cleaned it up this morning. I think it's at 53.
53,000. Yeah.
And I think between the opening and the resending, we're about 50% open rate. Yeah. But that can be sometimes misleading because people can open it days or weeks later and I just won't look. People can open it and it might not be an open newsletter site. So, but I think it's pretty decent. I always see our numbers go up every time we send out a newsletter. Our pre-orders go up, our signups go up.
Yes. So that's to say, like, everybody build your newsletter. It's worth it. You never know when Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all that's going to disappear and you need to contact people. There was a day when Facebook went down and people had releases. It was on a Tuesday, which is when most authors release. And so they couldn't even do their Facebook ads. They couldn't do their promo pushes. So that's when having a newsletter is so super important.
Well, and even if you're like us and you get your Facebook profile and your Instagram taken away out of nowhere, having that newsletter is going to save your ass because you need to be able to reach them somewhere.
Exactly.
Not Facebook or Instagram.
And the algorithms are not kind. I mean, you can post something 10 times and people will not see it.
Right. I mean, we have 2 PAs working on our someone, let's see what was it? They asked about, how to build it, right? How to build your newsletter. And I know that you talked a little bit about freebie novellas and stuff, right? And then you talked about book funnel. Do newsletter swaps with authors of similar genres with a book funnel. And then their subscribers have to sign up in order to get your book free. And then you can get their signups. And then what you need to do right away or like shortly after is send out an automation of how they signed up. where because some people sign up so many, they forget.
Yeah.
They're like, how did you get this? Why am I on your newsletter? And I'm like, ma'am, you literally signed up for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've had people get mad at me. They're like, why did you sign me up for this? I'm like, is there by chance you downloaded a free book from us from another newsletter? She goes, oh yeah, that's right. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So aggressive for what? But yeah, I mean, that's what we do a lot. We did 3 last year. Like every month we had to send out 3 of them. And then we were one of those months. So then like those 10 to 12 authors sent out ours. This year we're just doing 1 because it gets very hectic.
Yes. And she's talking about newsletter swaps. So
yeah.
like,
so every month we have a new authors that we do, and then we're in 1 month. Actually, ours is April. So we're getting subscribers in right now. And then every few days I go to BookFunnel. I take those subscribers, put them into our newsletter, and then I send them an automation, like how they got this. And then I direct them right where to get more freebies.
Yes.
Then they usually won't unsubscribe if you give them more free stuff. And then the goal is hopefully they're reading and they're going to want to read the next book and then pay for that next book.
Yes.
And then I invite them to join our reader group and follow us on social media and all that fun stuff.
I think this was the one. Are there certain strategies to creating Facebook ads and AMS ads? Is it as complicated as people say?
Yes and no. It depends how much you know. It depends what is hard for you. If building your audiences is hard, then it will probably be a little bit challenging. If photos aren't your thing, if coming up with text isn't your thing, what it takes is a lot of practice and testing. And everyone always wants to know, how do you make these ads? How do you do them? Test everything.
Yes.
What works for our books will 90% of the time not work for yours, because we have a certain thing that our readers just know and see that thinks, oh yeah, that's their stuff, that's their name, and they can figure it out before they even click on the link, because I've done ads for authors before, and I would take what is working for this page or this page or this page, and it would absolutely not work for the other pages. And it was so frustrating, because you're like, but this works so well. This picture is working and this link is working. But you're going to just have to test. So you're going to test one thing at a time, which means it's going to be a little bit of time and a little bit of money. So the first thing I would test is pictures, because there's an infinite amount of pictures you can do. And we actually watched an ad thing that Megan did, Megan Quinn, right? From one of the things that we watched. I don't even remember where it was from. But she narrowed it down, because she had been doing ads for so long, to doing 3 types of pictures. And then she will test amongst those. And then she will test amongst what text. And usually excerpts work the best. But you got to be really careful. If you drop a lot of F-bombs and provocative scenes, you're going to have
E-bombs and D-bombs.
Yeah, you're going to have to filter those words out. The text has to be interesting. It has to make me want to go and read it right now. Think of it as like TikTok. You have 12 seconds maybe to hook someone into one line of your book to get them to read it. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to be like, but I don't do TikTok. But basically it's like you have just a little bit of time to get people to not only read your ad without scrolling, but continuously to read it, so that they read the whole excerpt and they're like, I need this book. And then they go and they buy it, So you're going to have to test which ad text is working the best with which picture. And does your picture match your excerpt? You can't have some hot guy as your picture and you're sharing a funeral scene as your excerpt. Okay. Like, it has to match. It has to flow with each other. I've seen some weird ads and I'm like,
yeah,
who thought this was a good idea? But yeah, I mean, test everything. You're going to want to do a lookalike audience. You're going to want to do targets. If you have a newsletter list, upload your newsletter list. There's so many different ways to do it. You're just going to have to go in there and play around, and it's going to take time.
Yeah.
For AMS ads, I'm not a fan. It's expensive, and it's a big risk because you are putting in, we'll say $100 for maybe 3, 4, 5 people to actually purchase said book, and maybe one of those people to buy the next book. You're not making money on the ad, you're making money on the read through, and that's risky. How soon are they going to read through it? Are they going to read it today? Which means if they don't, they might read it in 2 months. So it's such a risk, and it's so much more per click than it is for Facebook. Facebook is a little bit more lenient.
Yeah.
You can spend less and get bigger results faster.
Yeah.
But I do know a lot of, if you're Amazon exclusive, that makes sense to do AMS. But it's very competitive and it's very expensive. So
yeah.
You are all of these that you see on Amazon that are like, oh, I always see this book, or I always see this author. They're losing money. They are hoping that they make that money back in either bonuses or read through. But it's not guaranteed. So it's not something that we would do as our marketing strategy, because we know, even though we know that our read through is pretty strong, it's pretty strong on all of the on all of them. We wouldn't want to put all of our ad budget into just one for Amazon.
Yeah. Because when you're on Facebook, you're reaching different audiences. It's not just Amazon. So,
right. I mean, I would say the majority is probably going to click on Amazon.
Yeah.
But it gives them the potential to look on other places too. And I know that Amazon's more expensive because you are directly reaching into where the book readers are looking. They are looking to purchase books. Yes. When you're on Facebook, you're not necessarily looking to purchase anything.
Right.
But they are easier to figure out. They are cheaper, and they're easier to manage because you get live results. Amazon, you won't get results for up to 2 days sometimes. Because I will pause something and then I will see clicks and sales coming in for the next 2 days. And I'm like, but I turned that off. And then I've seen it where people will get overcharged over their budget because so many people clicked at the same time that Amazon did not realize that you were out of budget until $100 ago. Wow. So I just, it's hard. I wouldn't recommend it. If you don't have the budget, I wouldn't mess with it.
And it's hard too with Amazon ads because you have to realize, like, as a KU author, you're getting paid pennies per pages. Like a book that, we make $3.49 on with royalties. If we were to get page reads on that, we would make $2 for royalties for the same exact book if it was enrolled in KU. And a lot of those KU authors have driven up the price of AMS. So like, I know at one point to even target Kennedy Fox, it was like $1.79 for one click. How are you're not making money that way? It's
right. You're not. And they're hoping that they get their, what is it called? Their extra money.
Yeah. Their bonus.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm missing questions.
Okay. I see one that says, do you hate KU as much as Courtney does? Yes and no. Yes for us, because, and I know she's gone into depth with this, but this is my only job. I have no plan B. I have never had a full-time job before writing in my entire life. Literally, I went to grad school, left grad school, started writing, publishing, and this is where I ended up. She has a whole ass experience degree. Like, I have that. I have a psych degree.
It helps her deal with me. So
if you know anything about psychology, I can't do shit with that. So it was literally we had nothing to lose at that point. There was one month where we got paid nothing.
Zero.
Expenses were so high.
Kennedy Fox owed us money because we funded it out of our own pockets to publish that month.
There were months where we would make $2,000 to $3,000 for each of us after expenses. And for some people, that's livable. Like, that's great. But I have a whole ass family to support and a mortgage and a car payment and student loans. And so, like, that just wasn't feasible for me. I mean, she had a job as like her primary, but like we all know, she wanted out. She wanted to leave. So we were like, this is just not working. And so I say for us, yes, absolutely hated it. It was stressful. It played mind games with you constantly because your rank would be really good, but like your page reads weren't there. So it's like, well, if people are downloading it, why are they reading it? And then they would read it, but like the page reads amount was absolute shit. And you knew that you worked so hard and you're like, why am I okay getting paid half a penny per page? Because I'm not. However, for my personal books that I have not touched, well, I've updated, but I don't spend money into it. They were wide for about 2 years after we went wide. I was like, you know what? I'm so mad at KU. I'm taking my books out too. And it worked for, those 2 years because I could do a couple freebies, but I wasn't investing any energy, any time. I wasn't publishing under that name anymore. It just wasn't worth it to me to keep them up on all of them because I wasn't promoting them. And my freebies weren't working anymore because I only had so many series starters I could do for free.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't publishing anymore. So like there was nothing funneling readers to besides my same 9 books. Like that was it. So I'm like, you know what? They're not doing anything. I don't have anything to lose at this point. I'm just going to put them in because then at least people can download and read them. And honestly, I'm only making a tad bit more because my prices were higher on the wide, but I don't have to worry about them. I just let them sit there.
Yeah.
And they do what they do. But as a new author, if you're like, I don't want to figure out how to do all this right now, then put them in there. Get people to read your stuff because it can blow up.
Yeah.
But once you have a backlist, get out.
Yeah.
I would use you're going to screw yourself.
Yeah. I would use it to, like, I tell people, they're like, oh, I'm a new author. Should I do KU? KU is great to learn the ropes. It really is. You learn about blurbs. You learn about marketing. You learn what doesn't work, what does work.
Like you're learning as you go, but with just one.
Yeah. If my books were published, they would probably be in KU because I would not do shit for them. I would just let them sit,
and let people download them, read them if they want to, because I'm not investing anything into them right now. I have updated them, so I've invested some money. But like, if you are a slower writer, meaning you can only release 2 times a year, so like it's slower to build your backlist, leave them in there if it's doing well for you. But if you're like, you know what, I feel like I'm not making any money, then try to go wide because nothing's permanent. You can go in and out.
So this one is for newsletter reader magnets. Is it smart to write a short story that is not set in your series but is from the same genre, or should it be set in your series world? I would say to set it in your series world, because if they enjoy that world and that type of style of writing, they will continue forward. And we have 2 of those. We've got Roping the Cowboy and we've got Forever Mine. And those are 2 series starters to lead people into Circle B Ranch or to lead people into our duets.
But I mean, you could. It just might not get you read through. It might get you newsletter subscribers to get like a free look into your writing style.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't give you probably not read through.
Yeah. For
if you already have one done and you just are like, I just want to give it away and get some newsletters subscribers, then I would put it in the front of your book, put it in the back of your book, do some cheap Facebook ads. I mean, that's what we do for our foreign, like $10 a day on foreign ads and let them download. And then I send them an automation newsletter right away. And I say, hey, go check out these 6 books. you know?
Are there any tactics to get more people to open your newsletter?
So I don't know. I feel like it's so hard for me to answer that because our readers know us. They know what they're going to get. And when you're newer, I get dozens of newsletters.
Me too.
Sometimes I'm just too lazy to unsubscribe, so I just delete. But I get a lot of other authors too.
Yeah.
Some will ask questions. And then that gets people to respond, which then tells the newsletter provider, hey, this newsletter is doing well. So then there's some that will just be like, hey, open for a free book, or, something to entice them. And it has to be hooky and it has to be interesting and can't just be like something boring. Because I'm like, why is that making me want to open it? It doesn't.
Yeah, like a clickbait.
I have you and 20 other newsletters who want me to open.
Yeah.
So yeah, it has to obviously do with your newsletter. Like we have one going out next month that I've already planned that will be a new series announcement, and so like that's going to be exciting for them to open and read about it. And then in like the little subtext, then I'll be like, oh, and a free book. So like open for the announcement and for the free book, but they have to scroll all the way down to the bottom to get the free book.
Yeah.
So I would say with anything, test it. Test different types of subjects and see if there's a rhyme or reason to how many people open them.
Mm-hmm. And I know Flowdesk, they had a thing where it would tell you like the best time to send out for different like time zones or whatever. And sometimes that's helpful too if you can send it at the right time where people are like actually,
Well, and it switches. Once you start to get more people to open, it starts to reevaluate. When are your subscribers opening them?
Wow, that's awesome.
Because sometimes it was like 5:48 a.m. and I'm like, man, that's early.
Such a weird time.
It works because people are checking their mail before they go to work.
Yeah.
They're checking it while they're at work. They're checking it while they're getting their children off to school. Like, how many times are we like multitasking in the morning? And that way it's the whole day you have for the whole day for people to open and, download, buy, click, whatever. So, but then like the next couple weeks, it might be like 6:02 was the best time. I'm like, okay. And then there's an afternoon best time and a nighttime best time. So you just got to test it. What is working?
TikTok, do you recommend running a giveaway? I've plateaued at 200 to 400 views per video, and someone mentioned they've up leveled by doing a giveaway and then began. Okay, so I'll tell you, Brooke's TikTok is way more successful than mine. And I've had that crap since like 2019. And I've done giveaways.
I'm so bitter.
I've done giveaways. No, I'm happy because when you win, I win. You know what I mean?
Oh, like, I know. I just
I'm happy. Longer. I'm just frustrated with my own TikTok because I work hard on that crap. It just doesn't work for me.
I know.
I've done giveaways and it has not helped me. It's literally not done anything for me. So
TikTok is not meant for that. That's why it's just not meant for that. You might get good views on that particular video and maybe a couple more after, but you're better off putting your energy and time into selling your books versus giving them away. You give books away to your newsletter subscribers, give them away in your reader group, give them away in newsletter swaps. Because these people on TikTok are scrolling through so many videos, they are not going to come back unless it's force fed into their For You page. I mean, I have seen some do well, but it can't just be like a photo or like a video with text. The ones that I have seen do well, they are talking and with their book because it gets people to stay longer. But it's rare. I'll say that. It's rare. I don't see them doing very well. But if you want to be like, oh, I want to celebrate this milestone, then just pick someone random. Be like, you know what? On my last viral video or my last video where I finally hit it, I'm just going to pick someone and be like, hey, thanks for being here. Here's a whatever.
Yeah.
You can like, obviously, I wouldn't.
I don't think you're going to get views from it. If you're doing it with the intention of getting views, I don't think it's really going to work for you.
No, because if you are staying within a niche of something that you're doing on your particular page, doing a giveaway is outside of your niche, it's not going to help you in the long run.
Yeah.
You know?
So with your low views, what I would try to do is look for trending sounds, hashtags, all the things all the real TikTokers tell you to do, and keep posting, because you just never know. You just never know. It's like playing the lottery, you know?
And even if your views are low, every time you post, it's pushing your other videos out there too. It's like your backlist. Every time you release a book, it's pushing your backlist.
Yeah, that was a good analogy.
And backlist is what makes the money, so
yes. If so, would you do a paperback giveaway? Okay, so I think that's a continuation.
Kind of talked about that.
Yeah, we did talk about that.
I would do something that I don't know if a lot of authors do, but your blogger signups. Do that too. Because I still have a lot of bloggers who are like, oh, I never saw this sign up. And I'm like, literally, it's in our newsletter. Mm-hmm. It's in our Facebook group. It's on our website. Like, I don't know where else to put this except right in your face that here's the thing, you know? So, so we do the main event of the newsletter at the start, which is like, we'll say like 2 weeks until release. Here's how to purchase or pre-order. Here's a snippet. Here's a teaser. Then I might show like the full series. Like, hey, have you started the series? Start binging the series now. Then I'll go into like either we just released something or maybe an audio just went live, and I'll post about that because our audios and ebooks don't release at the same time yet. And then let's see, I will do like what is after this book, you know, usually if it's in the same series. Then yeah, I'll just be like, here's blogger signups, here's a free book or two, here's our audio. Like I have all the same things for every lower half of our newsletter, because you never know if there's different people who are, you know, opening them. They might see them, but they're not really looking and scrolling, but they might the following week.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want them to miss anything.
I know sometimes newer authors are like, but I haven't even, like, I have one book. What do I keep talking about?
And I actually saw someone ask on TikTok today, what do you put on your website or newsletter if you haven't published yet?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I just made a video about that actually.
Oh, did you? Because I would say start sharing your stuff. Start sharing any bits of your writing that you are willing to share.
Yeah.
And then share what inspired you to write this book, like a Pinterest board. A lot of authors do. Share those pictures. Mm-hmm. Share your Pinterest board. Share your playlist. Like, this is what I am listening to while I'm writing. And if this is your vibe, you might like what I'm writing. Mm-hmm. You can share personal stuff about your family and how often you write or what motivates you to write. Like, get on a personal level so that they are invested to stick around.
There's a newsletter that I've been subscribed to since like 2012. I'm not even kidding. This guy, he always shows a picture of his family at the end, and I have literally watched those kids grow up through his newsletter. And so I'm always like, I read it and then I'm like, oh, look how big they're getting. Like, I feel like I'm a part of his family. He has no idea who I am. It's Dan Blank. He's been around forever. But you could do the same thing like with animals. Like, you don't have to show your kid. You can show your dog or your cat or your
I've done that a few times. I've showed the new puppy.
Yeah, your office of the day. Or when I was new, I would share I was not the writer that I am today back then, but I would share teasers. I didn't care if they were horrible. Like, I share them on my Facebook every time it comes up. It was terrible, you know, but every time I would share a snippet, I'd be like, hey, sign up for my newsletter. And then in my newsletter, before I released, I would try to send it out at least once a month, you know, and make it packed with things that really resonated with people. Mm-hmm. But a book that I can recommend for you, Stephanie, is Newsletter Ninja. It's really great. It's really good. I think it's like $5 in the Amazon store. I don't know if it's in KU or whatever, but it's worth downloading because she changes that mindset for authors who are like, but people don't want to hear from me. If they're signed up for your newsletter, email them every single time you need to email them. If they don't like it, they can unsubscribe.
Oh yeah, I hear that so much. Oh, I only do once a month. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
If I'm bothering you, then just don't open it or unsubscribe. Like, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I've had people be like, can you only email me when you have a new release?
No.
Like, no, that would be boring. That would be like, that's all I want from you.
This is our house and you have entered the door. So you follow our rules. I think with BookFunnel that you can convert those people if they read your book to actual readers. I think they are convertible, but not like the car. I think that they can. A lot of people just want freebies and those people will eventually fall off. I don't think.
Yeah. I mean, I always look at it this way. When you are doing a BookBub freebie, like we'll get like 50,000 free downloads, right? And you know you're not going to get 50,000 read-through readers. I mean, that's part of it. But there's so much social media chatter up with books nowadays that even if they don't continue to read your books or like your series, they might tell someone about your book. And that person may go on to purchase. Now, if the book is no longer free, or even if it is free, they might continue to read the series. It's all about word of mouth. When you are talking about like, you know, freebies and BookFunnel and stuff, like you're going to expect a ton of unsubscribes, which is fine. You don't want to be a part of it. That's fine. It's kind of like the risk. Like, to get that one really good quality reader, I need to funnel through 10 bad ones who just want the free book type of a, you know, and that's just part of it. It's just part of any marketing strategy.
Yeah.
You know,
and you'll hear people too, like in our group, they're like, oh yeah, well, I downloaded this book off BookBub and now I just read your entire backlist. Like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it can happen. I mean, you just might find the right reader who likes your exact stuff and they get hooked and that's all that they want to do.
I'm new to being an author. Are there any trends when it comes to popular genres when writing books? Is it better to stick to one genre? I think it's better to stick to one genre so you can be established in that genre. And then after you're established, you could break out and essentially, you know, write your passion projects. I think that there
do different pen names.
Yeah. As far as trends to popular genres, they call that writing to trend. You're trying to like write to market to what's selling right now. And there are in every single genre. I would go to Amazon and look at the KU books that are like killing it. And TikTok, there's a lot of like different trends that you can find on there that people are like just devouring like crazy. I
mean, you can even like just Google search it.
Exactly. I feel like though, when you're trend chasing, that gets very like, I don't know how it would be enjoyable. Like we write tropes in a genre that we actually like. I think that if I was forced to write something to try to chase making money, it would get very hard to continue to try to chase trends. I don't know if I would do that.
But I mean, if you are wanting to, then yeah, you're going to want to look at the top 100 or just look stuff up, because years ago, it was like stepbrother romance.
Yes.
But then it flooded. It was so obnoxious to the point where it was like,
another stepbrother book.
I can't even take it seriously because it was just so much at one time. And you knew that they were just busting them out with like no actual like quality.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is not for every book. Just going to put that out there. I'm just generalizing. That it became too much. Whereas people were like, they were over it so quickly. I mean, some people still really enjoy that trope. But it was like, my stepbrother this, my stepbrother that. And then eventually that trend is going to die. Yes. And people are so over it that now you have this book that can't sell
because it's so oversaturated.
Yes. You know, and there are some subgenres and tropes that will be around forever, you know, like Second Chance, Small Town,
Friends to Lovers, Enemies to Lovers, everything we write.
So any of that is going to be like long term. But if you're like, oh, this one particular niche.
Motorcycle Club, perfect example.
Motorcycle Club. Well, that's still pretty popular. But
It
back in
is
the day, it was like everything.
hotcakes. Now bully romance. Like you go on Amazon.
Yes. And
High
reverse
school
harem.
reverse
Yes.
harem. Yes.
Yes. And the thing is, that it's been around for a while. It's just been really hyped up.
Yes.
So eventually it will die back down again. And those books will just have to simmer, you know?
Well, Brooke, how many series? You have 3 series, right? Under Brooke.
Okay, so my debut trilogy is no longer published.
Uh-huh.
So I have Spark series and the Intern trilogy, and then I have 2 standalones and a novella standalone. So I mean, I guess it depends. Are they standalones or series?
Mm-hmm.
Standalones are harder if they're not in any way linked.
Yes.
Because you are taking one book, and at the end of that book, you then have to somehow sell the next book that is not connected to that world, you know? I think 10 to 15. Obviously, any more than that, you definitely could go wide.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen people do it with less, and I tell them, the first thing I tell them is to put a book for free.
Yes.
Try to get a book bub. And they're like, but what if I can't get one? You keep applying until you get one.
Mm-hmm.
Apply to any of your books.
Yes.
Over and over and over again. And if at some point it's just like, okay, something's not working, change something. Is it your title? Is it your cover? Is it your blurb? I mean, we have gone through the same thing. We have one series that just will not get accepted. We have changed the covers.
Title, series.
No, I'm talking about the Lawton Ridge.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The titles are the same, but we have changed out the blurb, the series title. I mean, we've done everything besides change the titles, which we're not going to at this point, but you just gotta keep applying. So anyway, to answer your question, yeah, anywhere from 10 to 15. If you have series or if you have a standalone that is a strong standalone, make it free. Introduce people to your writing.
Mm-hmm. You could even probably, so we just left like in a snap. We didn't care about anything. We were like, we're out of here. But if you're planning your exit to KU, you know, put your books up on pre-order for the next thing that you have going on, and you could stay in KU for a little while you apply for BookBub, and then start moving everything over.
Well,
I think
with BookBub though, sometimes they won't if you're in.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Exclusive. You can tell them like, hey, I'm going to be out of it, but sometimes they want you already out of it to see.
I think 4 series is good, because then you have 4 different opportunities to read, to like push people through. I know that when we left, we were in
the roommates.
Yeah, so we had Bishop Brothers, Checkmate Duet, and we had some of the
Circle B was started.
Make Me series, because we had that going. And then we had Baby Mine and Baby Yours.
Baby Yours released wide.
Okay. So we had 4, and doing the freebie push and just like telling everybody like, hey, we're on all platforms.
Yeah.
The BookBub was very helpful.
Well, and it wasn't just the one. It took about 3 BookBubs in a row to really start seeing read through on the smaller platforms. Like Google Play, everyone's like, I can't get Google Play to do nothing for me. I'm like, keep going. It will catch on eventually.
Yeah.
And even ours is still kind of slow at sometimes, but the read through is always solid.
Yeah.
And I've had some people be like, oh my gosh, finally a series on Google Play, you know, because it doesn't hurt to have it there. So I'm like, sure.
I'm like, don't leave money on the table. Like, why are y'all not on Google Play? You've already got all this work done. Everything's done. You just have to upload it. That's it.
Right.
Is it better to lead off with the series you think will do well, or go with the one planned and hope it does well? So you never know if it's going to, like, you could think that it's going to do well, but it could actually just flop. You know what I mean? So I try not to insert my own, like, opinions and feelings and how I feel about a series, and try to look at it from an outside perspective. Because if I do think, oh, this series is going to do well, and we release it and it doesn't, then it didn't hit my expectation, and then I'm going to be disappointed.
And I think every series is a new chance. It's a new starting point, because
Absolutely.
we have 7 series now, right? And not every
I lost count.
Not every one of our readers likes the small town Western stuff. Some only want the checkmate type stuff. So then we lead them to other checkmate type stuff, like the faster paced, sexy-ish stuff. I mean, the cowboys are sexy, but in a small town way.
We try to write things that will keep our current readers engaged, but also give us the opportunity to reach new readers, and
when we released Bishops, we had a ton of readers that were like, I've never read anything like this, but because it's you, I'm going to give it a chance. I'm like, okay. And then they got hooked, I have a lot of readers that are like, I don't typically read this stuff, but you guys, I know what to expect from you now. I know that I'm going to like it. So, and it kind of went from there. So like, yeah, I mean, if you think one series is better than the other series, then you have to think, why?
I mean, I thought Roommates was going to be it. I thought that was going to be the series that just shot us to the next level, and that did not happen. It's a great read through backlist. We still see a solid read through with it, but when we released, I thought that it was going to do better because we pushed so hard beforehand. We had a newsletter, like we wrote the novella to our newsletter to get them ready for this world, and we gave that for free. And then we had this novella go out, and in our minds, that was going to be like the best selling series ever. But in reality,
you have done strategically everything that you're supposed to do.
Yeah, and it didn't happen. So it's hard to.
Right. You might, like, we poured everything into the first duet to get it ready, and it was emotional, but you got to think of what series we just came off of.
Yeah.
Like we had started 2 series and we hadn't finished them, and then we went into Roommates. It's like, it's going to depend all the time,
We give someone who was thinking of starting a brand new romance pen name to go wide. What steps would you take up to the release and after? I would literally have an entire series written beforehand, and I would, or 2 series written beforehand, and I would release monthly. I would release very quickly back to back. So then you could quickly build that backlist for that pen name. Because there's so many books releasing that I feel like as a new author, you want to be able to hook people really quick, and selling just one book on all the websites, like that's going to be hard. I don't know if you would really see any.
It is hard. And that's why when you're transitioning from Amazon exclusive to wide, it's a little bit easier because you have, a chunk of books already provided for them. So yeah, if you are going to start off and you're going to go wide, so not only have a few books ready, have them all on pre-order.
Yes.
Because they pre-order over there, and it tells them when to expect the next one. A lot of readers have been burnt in the past where if a series is not finished, they will not even start it because they start a series and then the author never finishes it, or it's too long until they get the next one. But if your book is on pre-order, they can say, okay, it's going to release in 2 months. I can deal with that. And then they pre-order it and then they're ready to go. So yeah, at least have that up. If you can have a couple books ready, put them all up for pre-order and just start promoting and marketing as usual.
I do hard cliffhangers at the end of every book too. Hard.
Well, if it's
I would do a series and I would do hard cliffhangers.
Yeah. But if you're doing standalone series, then you want to do a hook to the the next one.
Kind reminder to close the gap between the people watching and the number of likes. Yes, thank you, Jenna. Thanks for that reminder. Like this video. So YouTube, you know. How many hours a day do you write?
I don't write every day.
Do I?
I said I don't write every day.
I don't either.
Yeah. When it's deadline time, like when it's crunch time, like that last week leading up to when we need to send our manuscript in to the editor, like we're sending it in chunks, okay? And because there's two of us, I will stop writing and I will start editing. Like we're a hot mess. So we don't always have it together, but it works for us, I guess, if anything. But yeah, I cannot write for long periods.
Okay, if you go back and look at all my live streams, that's literally me writing books. I've live streamed like the last 4 books that I've written with Kennedy Fox. I mean, so like I'll sit there for 3 or 4 hours when I'm writing, and I'll just write for 3 or 4 hours straight, and then
little mini
sprints.
Yeah. But I mean, every day I would not be able to unless I have to.
No. I don't write every day, but when I'm in the writing cave, I am writing every day, and I usually write for like 10 days, like 4 to 5 hours per day to get it done. Think of book video trailers for books. I think that I don't think that you really need them. You can run ads on them and they get low CPC. You could put them on TikTok and Instagram, but I don't know if they really sell books.
I mean, if you have a way to do it yourself for cheap, then it's worth it just to get it out there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make or break you.
Okay, hold on.
You better speed through the rest of these.
I know. Can you explain the difference between Facebook ads and boosting a post on your fan page? Does it matter which method?
So ads you are sending to a traffic audience, meaning that the link is built into the photo. So if they click on the photo, it takes you to the link. And Facebook's metric does it where they send it to people who are most likely to click on links. Boosting means you are getting people to like it. You're getting people to see it, but they are not going to perhaps click on the link that you have added. It just means it's going to get into their news feeds more often. But it doesn't, that's what I'm looking for. It doesn't always equivalent to sales or downloads. It's mostly a getting it into their face type of a way. I no longer boost. There's just it just doesn't do anything besides getting people to see it and liking it, because that's Facebook's figured out who's going to like this post versus who's going to click on this ad. Yeah,
that's funny. Any tips for starting a YouTube channel and Instagram page as a writer? I'm doing well on TikTok, but want to expand. I would put the stuff that you have on TikTok onto Instagram, honestly, because they have reels now. As far as YouTube, I think it's best to be consistent and have fun with it. I don't take YouTube that seriously, but, I try to share what will actually help people. And videos that I like to make. I try not to get caught up in all the hoo-ha that comes with it. But yeah, I mean, if you've got those followers on TikTok, I would start taking that content, take the watermark off and put it on Instagram under your reels, and start your Instagram that way. You already got content. Do you think starting in KU helps new authors grow better than going wide right away?
Yeah. I mean, I can say to the romance genre, I don't know about the other genres per se,
right.
But romance readers inhale books, and a lot of them will only read through Amazon. So yeah, I mean, if you don't want to take on the responsibility of figuring out all the other platforms and figuring out marketing, Yeah, because I have seen some that do really well and they get to like, that 10 to 15 books mark and then they switch.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, you're going to have some readers upset, but it's your business. It's the way that you have to do it. The ones that enjoy your books will follow and purchase the book instead. We did get some heat leaving and I was like, but we started wide. Like, why are you surprised? Yeah. Why are you so surprised? But it was a different thing back then. I mean, this was 2016 when you and I published wide.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we knew, because when we first started, there was no Amazon exclusive, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I mean, I think it can help. And if you're finding that it's not, then leave. Yeah. Nothing has to be forever.
I think KU is a good place to start. Like we said earlier, is because like you learn the ropes, like you learn what's working and what's not. And it's a good way to make mistakes and then fix those mistakes and have a better brand, covers, titles, whatever, when you go wide.
Mm-hmm. And then you can build up to that to when you have more books in your backlist to be able to do a freebie so that you see that read through and you get that money, and then you can be wide and have more platforms to get that freebie in front of people.
Yes. When taking your books wide, do you have to re-upload them on Amazon with a new ISBN? No, you don't.
Wait, I think she's talking about paperbacks, because Amazon only provides a free ISBN for a paperback. On ebook, you get an ASIN, and you can add an ISBN to an ebook at any time. But wide versus not wide, the paperbacks can be wide.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe just clarify exactly what she means.
Yeah. So if you're in Kindle Unlimited and you are going to unenroll from the program and put your books on all platforms, you can go and buy ISBNs and still assign that to the ebook at any point.
Yeah.
And then use that same ISBN on Barnes & Noble, Kobo, Google Play, all those sites. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How many series do you have in progress at once? Do you think there's a limit? I have 2 in progress, but my first is 7+. Should restrain from starting another one until those 2 are done. I feel like, yeah, your read through will really skyrocket once you finish a series. Until you finish it, there will be some people who will hold off. They're just like, I'm not doing it.
And not only that, readers are going to start having trust issues with you being able to finish a series. I have some author friends that kind of are mood writers, and I don't know what that means because I'm not a mood writer. And they just start different series. And then I'm like, but now you have 16 series to finish. Like, that's a little too much.
Mm-hmm.
Like your readers are being scattered from series to series and they are all begging for different books of different series, So yeah. But yeah, as you said, the more that you finish, you can get that read through. Like, that is your best marketing tool, is a finished series, But if you want to do what we do, we'll do 3 books in one series and then like another series. And then we'll go back and do another 3. So you can like do it that way. So then at least you're making some people happy of each series, but you are continuously adding to your backlist.
Mm-hmm. And we have pre-order up, so they know that there is an end in sight. It's not just a series where, oh, this could be 20 books long. Like, they know it's going to be 9 books or 6 books or whatever. And so they're well aware of that and they'll stick around. There are some authors who have a 50-book series and it's just like, what are you doing? When are you going to end this? Like,
and it becomes a little bit scary for readers to just be like, I can't go back and binge 50 books. Like, that's too much. But also, if you are continuously starting new series, you're going to end up screwing yourself, because let's say you started said series 5 years ago. That marketing package is no longer relevant. What it looks like might be very outdated. So not only do you have to change that book, you have to change all of them to match. So So yeah, unless at some point you're going to go back and redo all of them, which we've done, but the longer you wait, the longer that book one is no longer fresh.
Yeah.
You know? Like it looks like it's from 2012 because I wrote it in 2012, but you didn't finish it till 2022. So like that's a big gap, you know, because if you're always starting stuff, you're never going to finish something.
And you change as a writer so much between the years that I'm sure if you're
as a writer, I would just be so over it. I'd be like, I started this 10 years ago. I'm done. Like, I don't want to go, like, to get back into that world. Like, that's hard for you and I, and we only switch back every few books.
I know.
It takes us a minute to get back into a series, and I'm like, oh, this is so hard. But then the next one in the same series is so easy. You know? Okay.
Okay, so we're going to do one last question. And it's going to be this one, and then we're going to say goodbyes, and we'll bring Rachel on. Can you speak to discrete covers? How do you set that up, and how do readers know that and that's an option they can purchase instead of the steamy cover?
So I'm seeing a lot of people do it on Amazon, but then Amazon does not allow you to link it to the other version. We like ours all linked. So we went through Ingram Spark and did expanded distribution. And then because the title and the insides, what's it called? Metadata matches, it links it on Amazon to the original version. So basically, if people are looking for it, they have to click on that little see all formats button, and then it'll show up. If you don't want to go through Ingram, or you just don't want to go that route, you can do it on Amazon. I would put in parentheses, special, whatever, discrete, whatever. Well, I do that on Ingram too. But yeah, then you'll just have to link it to them. It won't link. Amazon will not do it. They only want one version, technically, in the back office. You would have to get a new ISBN too for it. Or I guess you could use their free one. But yeah, if you want it to be where it can be on Barnes and Noble, and all the other libraries and places, you're going to want to go through Ingram.
And the way that we let our readers know is Facebook, newsletter. I mean, we show them on TikTok, on Instagram.
But something else that we do is when I do like the 3D mock-ups, I'll do the special edition with the original version.
Yes.
And then people are like, oh, there's two of them. But then I'm always like, yeah, you can get the original in paperback and hardcover, or the special.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, sometimes it takes a minute for people to realize that. But yeah, you just say, hey, if you don't like the spicy, look, here's an alternative one.
They sell well. They sell well. People like them. So
yeah, for this month, when I looked on Ingram, the 4 Love and Isolation ones were all on like the top 8 best-selling ones.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, so
man, we could have probably talked for another 4 hours.
I know. I feel bad. There's so many questions that I didn't get to.
I know. We'll have to do it again. 10,000's coming straight up. So if you're not subscribed, subscribe. But anyway, that's all we have with Brooke. Thank you so much for joining us and celebrating.
You're welcome.
You're the best, you know. Is there anything that you want to chat about, tell people about before you go? You can buy our books on Kindle Unlimited.
I mean, like student teacher, I got one for you.
That's right. As always, you know, we're everywhere online. Brooke basically does the Kennedy Fox TikTok and Instagram, and we're always around. So we will do this again. We'll have to like schedule a stream where it's like 3 hours with Brooke Cumberland.
Oh my gosh.
But anyway, thank you so much. And I'm sure I will chat with you as soon as this stream is over.
Okay. Have fun.
Bye. That was So much fun. I hope that y'all found some value in that. I know that there's a lot of questions that we did not get to, and I apologize. I guess I kind of underestimated how many people were going to show up. I'm feeling kind of special right now. But anyway, I am happy to introduce, drum roll please, the amazing Rachel Brooks. It's 6
Good
a.m.
morning. My gosh. It's so dark outside.
Oh my God. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. I appreciate how much you love me, and
I wouldn't do it for anyone else.
get up early get up early for me to hang out with me, top knot and all. I love it.
That's right. Straight out of bed look.
That's right.
I
So
didn't sleep.
how has things been going?
Just doing my thing. Getting ready to release some books and yeah, good times. Good times.
I saved this question for you.
Okay.
Do you have any tips for underwriters? Because this girl right here will say, my book is going to be 60,000 words. And then she writes like 120,000.
That's me. That's me. I really have to learn to cut it back. My characters just talk so much. I don't want to silence them, I guess. But saying that, I don't add scenes or conversation or anything like that just for the sake of having it. Like, it has to move the story forward. But I am slowly edging back.
Lies.
Maybe 2025 I'll be under 100. But yeah, I don't know. I just tell the story how it plays out in my head. Like, but saying that, like, I go into it with an idea, but then it can change halfway through, and then another scene will pop up and I will try and leave that scene out, but then it'll just play on my mind and I have to add it. So, but yeah.
I think also one of your strengths when it comes to that is Rachel is the type of person where, like me, I just write and move on. Rachel will go back and she'll develop scenes further and add details that will make the scene stronger. And that helps kind of like bring the word count up, but it's necessary because it sets the scene for the reader, but not too much. And I think with your first draft, it's totally okay to underwrite because you have the foundation. But then as you do your read through, where can you add more details? The 5 senses: see, smell, touch, feel, emotional level. And focus on that when you're doing your read through after you have your first draft.
Absolutely. And I think I hear a lot of authors say that they add like words when they're doing their self edits. I tend to take out. I don't add a lot during my self edits. I seem to tighten it up a lot. So I will have, conversations that are just like, oh my, and I just think, like, no one would say this. No one would say what they need to say by saying this amount of words. And I thankfully live on my own because I read everything out loud. And I'll sit there and if I read it and it just doesn't feel right, I'll just read it out to myself. And I'll just be like, Rachel, that no one would say that. Like, and they're the kind of things that reviewers will pick up on if it's not realistic.
Yeah.
And as a reader, I do the same. If I read a book and I'm like, 25-year-old guy very unlikely would say that. And it's like, and I'm guilty of it. I'll be like, I just want to make him really swoony. And it's like, no one would say that,
He's
Rachel.
25.
Exactly, he's 25. But so yeah, like and that's one thing that I would like to rein back a bit, is that I overanalyze every word as I write it.
Mm-hmm.
Which has its positives and negatives. Like there's always a positive in the negative is my motto, which means that I'm a very clean writer.
Yes.
But it takes me longer.
Brooke is the same way. Like you two are both cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, like it. So I find it when I'm doing my self edits and my read throughs and things like that, it's mainly just tightening up certain areas. It's not so much, oh, I've left out that scene, or I've, or there's a massive chunk of something. So, but I have to tighten it up a bit more.
Yes.
Or write duets.
Yes, no, there are some people who want to read a 180,000 word romance book.
True.
But from a business standpoint,
I think my longest is about 126 or something like that.
Everybody's like, Rachel, good morning.
So early. But
yes. So everybody's like, woohoo, Rachel. There was some more questions. I'm about to go up here and see where I left off. Sorry.
It's all right.
How did you start your YouTube channel? It was just an impulse. I just made a video and I was like, hey, I'm a writer and I want to eventually quit my job. It's unpublished now because that crap is embarrassing. Y'all can't see that video ever. My face is like this in it. Like it takes up the whole screen. It's like straight up, hi guys, I'm a writer and I want to. It's unpublished. You can't watch it anymore.
I love it.
It was just an impulse thing. And I told people, hey, I have a YouTube channel. Y'all can subscribe if you want. And that's about as far as it goes. I'll sometimes post on social media when I drop a video, and sometimes I won't because I make them and they do what they do. Let's see. Shout out to everyone. When I met you, you thought Brooke was the extrovert? That's hilarious. I try to reel in my excitement when I'm around a bunch of people because it can freak people out. Like you have to read the room, and most readers are introverts. So to have this loud Southern, hi everybody, like people would avoid me, and I don't want to be known as that crazy person. So sorry. That's so helpful about what to add or look for when self-editing the draft. I was just struggling with what to focus on during my current edits before it goes to the copy editor. Yeah. I feel like that, like for me, when I do read-throughs, because I just write and just essentially just write, like I don't go back and read it until I'm in edits. That's when I reconstruct sentences. That's when there's certain things that I look at. I look at passive voice. I look at telling. I look at repetitive thoughts that have been beat in the ground because Brooke and I are writing the same thing. And sometimes we stress points way too much. And I look where I can add more to the scene to make it fuller and just more descriptive. Not too much because that's annoying. You have to do the right amount. Let's see. Wait. We get to see that. Oh my God, that would be low. It would be embarrassing. Any tips for writing with a full-time job or school? I would say scheduling writing time. I think scheduling and being kind of strict with your time is very important, and you have to find the right amount of time that works for you, because everyone has families or, you know, hobbies or whatever the case is. And I was very, very greedy with my time. I knew from 9 p.m. till midnight, it was literary time. And I stuck to that for like a decade of my life. Um, Use the weekends to your advantage. Uh, Weekends were when I did the bulk of my writing. I would schedule 10K days on the weekends. And just tried to get the book done on the weekends, because that's when I could spend 12 hours, writing if I needed to. But yeah, I also used checklists for my checklists, and setting a strict deadline as far as book releases, because then you can't BS yourself with what you have to get done. Like, you've got a pre-order up, that book needs to be uploaded by this point, and you have to figure out your schedule where you can get all these things done in that amount of time.
And I think also really utilizing scheduling for posts and things like that as well.
Automation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Because I think, yes, the writing is what is number one priority, but then you still need to be in people's faces as well as you are doing your study or your full-time work or whatever. So I think definitely I would spend a couple of hours on a Sunday. Just that was my scheduling day. That was my just making sure I had posts to go up, when they would go up, and I would make sure, like, 1 week I would do morning posts, see how they go, see the interactions, see, the buy through, things like that. If that didn't work, I would mix it up the following week. So, or, a couple of weeks, or do, say, Instagram morning, Facebook night, newsletter, middle of the day, whatever. And because I'm on a different time zone as well, I need to put that into, I have to think about that as well, because, my middle of the day is what? I don't know, like 9
Well,
p.m.
it's 6 a.m. for you. So, I mean, most people are active right now.
Yeah,
On
exactly.
Saturday at
So
3. So,
exactly. So I find that late at night is quite good for me, because I'll get the morning crew in the US. So if I schedule something for about 10 p.m. my time, people are just waking up, they're checking social media, that kind of thing, because it's like, 10 p.m. my time would be 7 a.m. your time kind of thing. So it's, people are just waking up and checking their email, checking their social media, whatever. So I think it's really just working out what time works, and you have to test things. As Brooke said earlier, you can't just be, everything's going out at 8 p.m. on a Wednesday, that's it. It's like, well, 8 p.m. on a Wednesday might not work. So I think just making sure that you do allocate some time for scheduling and content creation, and because that is so important. So I think, obviously writing is number one always, because if you don't have a book, you can't promo things. But, just while you are writing, the promo, and not even promo, just keeping your name and who you are in front of people is so important. And for me, like, I haven't, released a book in a couple of years, but people still know who I am, because I still post and I still have my name, and people still know who I am. So I think using me as an example, that, I haven't had a full book. Sure, I've had novellas and things like that, but just making sure that you've got your name in front of people, and just being active, commenting on people's posts and things like that. So yeah, I think that's just, you just have to be really, really, really greedy with your time, because at the end of the day, if you're not,
if you don't spend your time on you, somebody else will take your time from you and spend it on themselves.
And I think it determines whether if you, and greedy is probably not the right word, but if you're not so
you protect your time. I'm greedy with it. I know that I'm greedy with it. You know, you have to protect that.
Yeah. And that just, I'm just looking, daylight's coming. But I think it's, you know, and I think when you are working or studying, it really is that choice whether you want to do that work to lead to a career, or whether it's just a hobby that you do outside of work. And I think that really is determined by what you do with your time, you know.
Absolutely.
And that's not to say every waking hour is, you know, people have children, people have activities, but it's like all that spare time that you have, whether you put it towards your career, like your writing goals, determines whether it's going to be a career or it's going to remain a hobby. So I think that's something to consider as well.
Yeah, that was really good. Thank you. I totally forgot about automation, you know. Yeah, and you know, when I was working corporate, I would use my lunch breaks. I would literally go into my car to get away from everybody, and I would either write or schedule social media. But yeah, just protect your time, even if it's just an hour per day. That's, you know, protect it, schedule in writing, and I think that you have to stick to a schedule if you want it to be a career. As Rachel said, if you're a hobby writer, then do you. Doesn't matter. And also, Rachel hasn't released in 2 years because she's been through a whole lot. So don't let her fool you. I mean, she had a tree fall on her entire house. So, you know, and other personal things that have gone on. So, but I know that when you do release, it's going to be bomb. Like, I'm there for it. I'm so excited for you. Like,
and I'm excited too. Like, and I think people might be surprised to hear that I've got no anxiety about it. I've got no, it really feels like, and it's going to be weird for me to say this because I'm established. Like, I've got readers.
Yeah.
You know, I've sold a lot of books in the past, but it really feels like because of how quickly book world turns and changes, and it's just constant. Like, I'm just going into this, it feels like it did when I first released my first book, because I'm going in with no expectations. I'm going in with sure, I've got goals, but like, I just feel so free about it. And I'm going in with, you know, book 3 of a series, but they're all standalones within the series. So it's not, so I haven't left my readers, you know, on a major cliffhanger because it's a new couple, but
yeah,
it just feels like, and I'm not rushing. I'm just doing my thing, and I really feel like I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with it because, you know, some people can, like, and I feel like, you know, and I really want to stress this to people because, like, it's okay to step back when you need to step back.
Absolutely.
It's okay to take a break if life gets too rough, or if, you know, it's okay. And I struggled with that in the beginning because I was like, I've got to keep releasing books. But then I thought to myself, if I do, I'm lying to myself. I'm lying to my readers. I'm lying to my characters, because I just wasn't in the right headspace. And some people can, like, and, you know, and I think other people can't, and it's okay. So And I just think, you've just got to do what's right for you, because what someone else is doing is, you don't know what they're going through or pushing through to get things happening.
Exactly.
And, you just got to, I just think if you're moving forward, what more can you ask for?
Exactly. And the comparison game doesn't help anybody. Like,
Oh,
you just never know what someone's going through. And I truly believe that the comebacks can be greater than the setbacks, because
totally.
when we started Kennedy Fox, Brooke and I hadn't really released. I mean, I released earlier that year, and it was basically a flop because I kept pushing my release date back like a dummy. But we came back better than what we were as
Yes.
Kennedy Fox. And sometimes having that break and that mental clarity of, well, I'm struggling with this. What is it that I really want?
Yeah.
What is my true why of writing? Why am I doing this? What do I
Absolutely.
want to accomplish with this? And sometimes when you take breaks, you understand and you can see that clearer. So when you do come back, you come back stronger and better, more motivated. And I
And
mean,
like, I'm coming back mid-series, and I, as I said, have no expectations because I'm coming back mid-series. I've got 2 books in this series, but I know that, like, and I could have started something new, but I knew that in the back of my mind, the idea of having an incomplete series, when I knew, and I know every single person here will get what I'm saying. It would, like, these characters are like real people to me.
mhm,
So if I didn't write Missy's book, if I didn't finish the series with Drew's book, after I've introduced them,
yeah,
it, like, I'm writing the books for me more than anything, because
their
I
story needs to
need,
be told.
and I need these characters to have their happily ever after. So, yes,
Absolutely.
I really feel like these 2 books that I'm writing are like my passion projects, because they're just getting me back into the swing of it. They're just igniting that again. And as I'm continuing and building, all these new worlds are starting. And, like yesterday, a new world came into my head, and I'm so excited about doing that. And it's like, I feel like I'm back.
You're back, baby. You're back, baby. You're going to take it by storm. I just know it.
Well, what can I say? No, I'm excited. I have no, like, what will be will be. I'm so just like chilled about it, and
Mhm.
I'm just excited to release again, and no expectations. And I'm sure the expectations will come once I release these books, because that's what happens when you release a book. But yeah, I feel like I'm starting again, but not again. Reestablishing. Let's
Yeah.
use that word. But
You're falling in love with the craft. Guys,
oh,
back in the day when me and Rachel were like baby authors,
mm.
like everybody knew who Rachel Brookes was at book signings. Nobody knew who I was. Like, she was my famous friend. The Aussie who can get us in VIP places just with a single comment.
Oh, that
They're
was
like, "Oh,
great.
you're from Australia? Come back here. It's closed off and nobody can come back here, but you can come back here. Oh, you can bring your friend too." So,
And I said, don't talk.
if I have a planned series that's romantic suspense with paranormal elements, and I also want to write series that are contemporary romance with no paranormal elements, do I need different pen names? I think it depends on how established you are. If you are well established and then you decide to write paranormal, it's okay to put it under the same one. If you are new and you haven't found your footing, then I would choose one genre and then move to the other. I wouldn't work with two pen names right at the beginning because it's extremely overwhelming as far as social media, newsletters, all of that. So I would stick to one genre, get established, then, I mean, they are romance genre, and then switch subgenres. Like Kennedy Fox, we've just written contemporary forever, you know. But we will be starting to write some dark romance. That's a subgenre of romance. We have not we're not established in that subgenre, but we do have readers who will go there because we're already established in contemporary. They like our style, so they'll read anything in the overall umbrella of romance because of that. It'll just give your books that are different a better opportunity if you wait. I know that's hard to do because shiny object syndrome, but what's better, a long series with like 12 books or 3 series with 4 books? There would be a main series with 2 spinoffs. You know what, Terralyn? I like a variety. I like some series that are longer. I like some series that are shorter. I like some mid-range series. For us, 6 books is a good place. Because that's what we've done and we've tested. But now that we have a longer series that's 9 books, I'm like, well, it seems like 9 books is kind of like a sweet spot because these last 3 books in the series are doing really well. So I would test it and I would give your readers a variety. Some readers just want to read standalones. They don't want to read a 10-book series or a 12-book series. I'm a no. If you tell me this is a 12-book series, I'm not even going to start the first book. I don't want to commit to that. So you need to have different lengths for different types of readers. Yeah.
I agree. Because sometimes, excuse me, you just want, like for me, sometimes I'll just want to, you know, dive into a series and get lost in that world for months and months.
Yes.
And then other times I'll just be like, I just want one book. I just want one book in that world and that's it.
Yes.
So I really think it's just, there's readers for everything. There really are, because, and the same readers as well, because yeah, like I can, you know, I can like, let's use Kristen Ashley as an example. She's got series that are like, you know, 8 books long, you know. She's got standalones. She's got, you know, series that are like 4 books. So it's just like, it just depends on what you want. Like, I don't think there's any real like right or wrong answer, in not right or wrong, but like which is better, because I think there's always a readership for, and your readers will, like, I'm sure there's Kennedy Fox readers that will avoid the longer series because they just can't commit. Or if they're like me, I know when I start something, I'll just need to devour it.
Yeah.
And then nothing else will exist. So I will avoid, you know, a 9-10 book series until I know that I've got sufficient time to read, because I will binge read because that's just my personality. Whereas, you know, on the odd occasion that I'll just be like, you know what, I'll just, like your cowboy books, like your Bishop books, Circle B, like
they're standalones. So
exactly.
the thing is if it's a 12-book series, are they interconnected standalones or is it an actual series? Because if it's interconnected standalones, I would almost say to keep it as 12 books. But if it's an actual series, then I would break it into the 3 series with 4 books each. So then you have different entry points for different readers. You know, they can consume them all, but you can find new readers at that second series or that third series who will go back and binge the other 2. Absolutely. So I think it kind of depends on if it's like a interconnected. I would almost do them all together.
Yeah.
Introverts, extroverts. Okay, hold on. Any advice for building a social media platform when you haven't published anything yet?
I would say just be active. Just comment on people's posts, like their posts.
Talk about writing, what you're
Yeah,
doing. I mean,
yeah, like ask for advice, you know. I remember before I started writing, Twitter was the thing back then, and it was before Instagram, and I remember
we were alive before Instagram was a thing. Like,
it
I
blows my
remember when it
mind.
was new, but we won't even go there. So
It just makes me feel like I'm about 100. But like I remember, yeah, when I was starting, before I'd even released a book, I just created a Twitter account and I just started commenting on people's posts that were interesting to me, or and like Molly McAdams, who
yeah,
had just released Taking Chances, I think. Oh my god, that book. And we started, you know, I had no book out at all, and it was just from like just interacting about book world, about being an author. It's honestly, it's just about showing respect and being
present.
nice,
Yeah,
positive. Like I would just say, you know, find people with common interests and just like their posts, comment on their posts, share things, you know.
Mhm.
Um, just make your presence known without pushing yourself onto people, kind of thing, in a negative way, I mean. But yeah, you can definitely start a social media platform before, as soon as you've got anything to share relating to what you're writing, start sharing it.
Yeah.
Snippets, like teasers, like, you know, tease about what the book's about, what the title's about, anything that you can use to entice readers or entice people to want to know about what you're doing. That's what I did for my first book. I
Same.
like that's and
I was unapologetically sharing everything about the
yeah,
process. I didn't care.
and like when
Nobody was listening to me, so it was like
it
write in
was
my diary.
pure freedom. And like you've got to remember when Courtney and I first started, we had none of this. We had like, I think back to when I started.
There weren't Facebook groups. There were forums,
Nothing.
but like the information wasn't reliable. Like you have so much information as a self-published author today to be
Yeah.
successful, like right from the very get-go.
Yeah. Like I think the only thing that I can remember being available when we started was like the KDP boards. Like,
Yes, K-boards. I love
yeah, like
K-boards.
that was something. Tumblr was really big back then because before, you know, that all got shut down. But like even Facebook, like don't I don't think I had Facebook until after I released my book. I would have had to have had it beforehand, but I don't think because back then Twitter was everything.
Yeah.
Twitter was it.
I started my okay, so I just recently looked at this because I made a Goodreads video coming soon. Um
Oh, Goodreads. Yeah.
I signed up for Goodreads I think in July and I released in January. So
Yeah.
6 months before I released, I was active. My Facebook profile that I still use today was created in August of 2013 and I didn't publish until January. And
Yeah.
I friended readers, authors. I didn't care. I would share about my books. I would post pictures of myself writing. Like I just wanted everyone to know that I was writing a book.
Absolutely. And I like when you said that, I released in July and I joined like January-ish. So
Yeah.
I had those, and while I was writing, I was like, you know, like I had no idea. I love thinking back to them because I just think, oh my gosh, look what you did. Like, look what you did not knowing anything.
I just scrolled to the very beginning of my Instagram. Okay. And I had my Instagram before I published. And this is the crap that I shared. A cloud, some books in a bookstore, me publishing my book.
I love it.
More books in bookstores, crappy teasers, crappy. I didn't even care. Everybody was seeing that, super crappy. And just stuff like that. I mean, you don't have to
have anything published to
like, all you need is a dream. Something. All you need is the dream of being a writer. That's all you need on social media.
And and if you don't have anything to post, like if you don't have a teaser you're comfortable posting or a snippet, whatever, just make some graphics with questions in it and post that to get the interaction happening.
Yeah.
Like, ask author questions, or readers or bloggers. And if one person responds, great. If not, that's cool too. You're still building up your stream. So
exactly. Don't expect to get likes and all that. Just do it for yourself, because in the beginning, like, that's the only time that you'll have that.
Mm-hmm.
And once you're established and people start following you, like, you have to think twice about what you share on social media. Nobody wants to see my dinner that I'm eating. Nobody wants to hear me talking about how it's 85 in Texas. Nobody, when you're new, you have so much freedom.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Really
it's exciting. It's the most exciting thing ever.
Yeah.
It sounds like Rachel edits like I do. I add a lot, rewrite. Any suggestions on writing faster? It takes me months to edit.
Writing faster. I think for me to get the words out, I'll just allocate time where I have to be really strict on myself, where I'll just get the words out. And then, like, Courtney's live sprints work great because
magical.
I'll just turn off everything and just let the words come out. It's when I'm not strict on myself that I will write a paragraph, go back and read it. And then I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? So I would suggest just trying, and that's all you can do, is just allocating 2-3 hours if you can, and just writing as much as you can. And this, again, a positive and a negative. If I get stuck on a scene, I'll jump forward because I don't want to stop. So if I'm writing something, like, for instance, if I was writing, if I was coming up to a sex scene and I was just like, I just not feeling it. I just, I will literally write, leading up, blah, blah, blah.
Insert sex scene here.
And then I'll jump ahead to the next chapter because I'm like, I don't want to get stuck on a scene that on a good day could take me an hour to smash out.
Yeah.
Probably not the right word to use, but
Oh, yeah.
But, like, I don't want to waste 4 hours on a scene that could take me an hour to write on any good day. So I definitely think that is an option to get words out. Just make sure you leave, like, a detail of what you think needs to go into that part, that break, because if you jump ahead and you get onto a roll and then you go back and read and there's just one scene, nothing, and then you jump to the next scene, then you're like, well, what was I going to put in there? And then you have to, you're overthinking. But I just think to get words out, you've just got to use any means that you can, whether that is dictating, whether it's like my phone, my notes in my phone have got so many one-liners. It's got so many
Me too.
scene ideas, because if anything pops into my head, I get it down, because, you know, I haven't in the past, and it's bit me in the because I'll forget it, you know. So I just think, yeah, just trying not to go back. And I say that as someone who spent years and years overthinking what I wrote. So it doesn't come easy, but it can be done. I'm a clear example of it, you know. And yeah, you've just got to try not to overthink and just get words out. And once the words are there, then you can edit them after.
And what motivates you? You know, I think, like, for me, strict deadlines is super motivating. I'm not going to miss a deadline. But you can also turn that around where you finish your book and you go on a trip, or you reward yourself with something. You know, in the 10K group, I send out stickers to people if they write 10,000 words in a day, and that's a motivator. So you have to kind of dig inside too and see, like, what would inspire me and encourage and motivate me to finish this one chapter. Like,
oh, for sure. And it could be like watching an episode of your favorite TV show. Like,
exactly.
You know, it could be, if I get this chapter done, I can binge watch whatever, you know. And
reward systems work.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was alive before Facebook. Me too.
Me too.
Yes, we do need to plan our 90s stream.
I
I bought some 90s gear. Walmart had a hat with smiley faces on it, and I can't wait. My Blossom hat. Can you give some strategies on maximizing long pre-orders for a duet that's wide? Are there promos I should be looking at? How much should I be posting when the cover hasn't been revealed yet? So long pre-order for a duet that is wide. I think that you can mention it in your newsletter, you can post about it on social media, but you're not going to be able to do your large push until you release the cover. People don't care about books that don't have a cover. And then once you have the cover, you have to find ways to push that in front of people, because, you know, it takes 8-10 times before somebody purchases something after seeing it so many times. And so they need that brand recognition. So first start with revealing your cover a little bit earlier than maybe, you know, you were thinking. And as far as, like, are there any kind of like promos? I don't think so. Not before it releases. It's basically you pushing it, sharing teasers, snippets, revealing the cover, cover reveal packets, getting bloggers on board to help share, making teasers, sharing those often before the book releases, talking about, you know, countdowns to pre-order to when it goes live, and just pushing it that way. But there's not any kind of like thing that you can really pay for to do it. Yes, it will stay live. Yeah, Terralyn, I understand that. I'm not going to put that comment up, but because this stream will live forever. But yeah, agents in New York and manuscript boxes. Hello. Don't do it. Danielle, 26 books is way too long. People will look at that and they'll just not even start it because of the length of it. Now, if you have this cozy mystery set in the same world, you know, you could have another character that it spins off from, and you could do spin-offs from there. And the goal is to have different entry points. That's why with our duets, you can read, it's a 6-book series. It's all set in the same world, but each couple has 2 books. So we have 3 entry points on a 6-book series. Circle B Ranch, it's 9 books. We have 9 entry points to find new readers with that series. All of our duets are like that. There's not a series where you can't just jump in the middle, because we want to make sure that when we're releasing, we have a place to bring new readers. That's like a trilogy would be hard to find new readers because they have to start at the beginning. Some people don't want that. So,
and I think with all the different tropes and things like that, like having those entry points allow people that, you know, if someone had, just say book one was age gap, you know, someone just wasn't into that. But then book three was enemies to lovers. And that was like, oh, that was
that's their jam.
Like they could jump in at book three and read that and have an idea of the characters from the age gap, but not have to read their story. So entry points like that, especially if they're, you know, different tropes and things like that, it's so important.
Yeah. Like when you write your series and you decide, hey, series sell 100%, I will tell people that if you want to make this a career, you need to write in series. You can make this a career as a standalone author. It's going to be a lot harder for you. But with your series, you need to make sure that you've got different points to funnel readers in, because sometimes it takes a year to finish a series or 2 years to finish a series. And if everyone has to start at the very beginning of that series, eventually the read through drops off and people will give up halfway through it if they have to start right there. So, you know, when you're planning, think about it. As a reader, would you want to read a 26 book series? There's very little people who want to read a 26 book series. I am the type of reader where if it's a trilogy, I don't even want to read it. I want to stand alone or I want to duet. Because most writers, I shouldn't even say this. This is horrible. I've found that I'm a very picky reader, and that if I read book one and I'm not completely hooked, I'm not moving on. And so I don't want to be forced to committing to a series that's really long, because at some point I will probably get bored and I will probably just ditch it completely. Especially if not all the books are out. So, I like to put them up as soon as possible. So it's a year out on Amazon. I usually want it up a year on the other websites too. The longer you have it up, the more opportunities you have to find new readers, the more opportunities you have to build your pre-orders, the more opportunities that you have to, you know, share those links, get your Goodreads updated, and do all the things. Having those links is so important. And the longer it's up, you know, the more likely it is for you to build those pre-orders to a point where you can make USA Today. There are authors who can not have a long pre-order and make USA Today, but a lot of them who are now in 2022 have had pre-orders up for 6 months, 8 months, 12 months. But when you do that, you have to make sure that you can make it. Now, on Apple, Barnes & Noble, Kobo, and Google Play, you can change your pre-order date and nobody cares. But on Amazon, once you set that up, you need to make sure that you can make that date. So you might want to wait for Amazon and just push all the other links, you know, if you're wide. And then put Amazon up when you've got the book done, if you're one of those people who will not finish or not make deadlines. How do you improve your writing craft? Do you just write more or read books like Murder Your Darlings and try to implement what you learn from books? What do you say, Rachel?
I just write. Like, just, I think, as you and Brooke said earlier, or you said earlier, you know, from my first book to what I'm writing now, completely different. And that's just from learning my voice as an author, you know, because how I write it would be different to how Courtney writes. But like we're both right in how we write.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like just because we write different doesn't mean I'm writing wrong and you're writing right, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think it's just improving your writing is just finding your voice and feeling comfortable with your voice and your writing style. And just, I find I read a lot as well, not so much craft books, but I read a lot. So just, and not to find out how other people are writing or their styles, just more for flow and that kind of thing. But yeah, like I just find just writing, it's just like anything else. Like the more experience you get, you know, the easier it'll come to you. And yeah, I think the most important thing for me was just finding my voice and finding my way of writing and not thinking I have to write like someone else.
Yes.
Basically. That's pretty much it.
I think, okay, so when I first started writing, you'll know the story. It was just a random impulse thing. Like, I'm going to write a book.
Yeah.
No experience whatsoever. Here we are.
Yeah.
I got really caught up in reading craft books, really caught up in it. Like, I purchased like 20 of them. And I spent so much time reading about writing that I know that if I would have just wrote, I would have been further ahead than just reading about it. Because there's certain things that you don't learn about yourself until you actually do it. It's like watching an instructional video and then trying to go do the thing from memory.
Yeah.
And so it makes it difficult to consume so many craft books. Reading also helps. I don't read romance. You guys know that. I read thrillers and contemporary fiction and stuff like that. But like Rachel, I like to pay attention to the pacing, like the storytelling. I love unreliable narrators, and I love the way that some authors can craft a story. Like I haven't been able to read for 100% enjoyment since I started writing, because I'm always deconstructing sentences. Like, why did that sentence just affect me so hard? Why did that scene just give me chills? You know, I ask questions when I'm reading. So I think reading books, not necessarily in your genre, though it does help to know what the expectation is. I think reading and really just, you know, asking yourself those important questions, like, why am I so on edge right now? Why am I stressed about this character? Like that's what you want to create, not to like copy somebody.
Yeah.
And practice makes perfect. Writing is a muscle. The more you do it, the easier it does become. And you should always be improving your skills. And you don't even realize when you're improving. It's just when you go back to read stuff that you wrote years ago, it's like, whoa. I thought nothing's changed, but girl, you're so much better. You know, like, what girl did you really have to say I know 5 times in that paragraph? We know you know. We know you know. We know.
I love it.
Let's see. We have about 8 minutes. Here's one for you, Rachel. How is it down under? Are your books set in Australia only? If not, do you only write settings of places you've been to?
Down under is good. It's Sunday morning. Birds are chirping. Good times. I have not set one book in Australia. All of my books are set in the US. I have had in my debut trilogy that I wrote, the heroine was Australian. So she was in Australian voice, which my editor loved.
Part, thongs.
That's right. Thongs are mentioned in the book. So that was I made sure that when she spoke, Australian spelling was used. So that was interesting for my editor, just to make sure, that's how it's felt here. In terms of location wise, two of my series, or like two of my worlds, the world I'm writing in now, it's a fictional town. I haven't even said what state it's in. It's just a fictional town, so I can pretty much create whatever I want. My first series was based in California, so I have been to California. But part of it I'd never been. Some of it was set in San Diego. I've never been to San Diego before, so it's just research, pretty much. It's for places that you don't know or you've never been to. And when people find out that I'm Australian, they pay more attention to those details.
She got it wrong.
Yeah, that would never happen. That's not that, that kind of thing. So I have to really pay attention to my research. And but yeah, I think that's just key, is just research. If you don't know the place, research, or create a whole, create like Monroe. There's cities of Monroes in the US, but it's not my Monroe. So, and no one knows what state it's in. They just know it's Monroe, and no one's ever called me out for where is it located. They're just happy with how I describe.
You're like, it's located here.
Exactly. They're just happy with how I describe it. And but yeah, so some places I have, like New York, I've been to New York, but so I was able to describe some of that. But yeah, I don't necessarily only write settings of places I've been to. So yeah,
that's good advice. I know that, like, I do, like, when I'm writing in places that I've never been, I do a lot of YouTube research, like a lot. Like, I need to see it. I can't just like read a blog post or look at pictures. I need to feel like I'm there, and YouTube is such a good resource for that. Google Maps, Street View, I'll literally walk down I'll have my little man, I'll click him down the street, and I'll like look around up at buildings and stuff because I need to visualize it. So,
so good. So good.
How do you create a social media platform for a genre, cozy mystery, that doesn't really have a solid fan base? So there are hashtags for every genre out there. The thing is like, cozy mystery does have a fan base. You just have to find it. It may not be like romance, but that is a growing genre. And I've seen a lot of stuff about cozy mystery, like within the last 6 months. So I feel like that genre is like on the uptick. So I would search hashtags, relevant hashtags. For example, like on Instagram, Bookstagram, that's a general hashtag, and then niche down and try to find stuff for cozy mystery. Find authors who write in that genre and are successful, and go follow their social media platforms and see what they're posting, see what hashtags they're using, see what they're talking about, and not to copy them, but to get ideas on how you can be in that space and in that presence with those people who are successful there already.
And I think that's important to say as well, that when you research and you search for people in your genre to see what they're doing, you're not doing it to copy them. You know,
I'll be that person.
There's that stigma that, if you search someone to see what they're doing, that you're trying to copy what they're doing. You're not, like, that's not what it's about. If you were to do a post exactly the same as them, sure.
Yeah.
But if you looked at someone's page and was like, oh, okay, teasers are working at the moment, I'll have to increase my teaser game, or snippets, but you are influenced and then you make it your own.
Yeah.
You don't, like, it would be like me going to Kennedy Fox's Instagram and just taking a screenshot and going, right, I need to mimic that.
We've had people do that too. And it's very frustrating as an author to have someone who's in your space, who's trying to be seen in that space, but when people go to their profile, they think that it's yours. That pisses me off. I've actually had people block me because I went off about it.
Yeah. And you don't do that. Like, that's just, and it's just like, I don't know why. It's just another tangent. I just don't know how people think that that's okay when you don't, when it's just, everyone knows it's not okay. You don't see, and what I really try and stress to people is that you are a business, no matter, whether you don't want to think of it as that, sure, you're doing it for the love of it. Amazing. You are 100%. But at the end of the day, you're a business.
Yes.
And businesses don't copy businesses and get away with it.
Who wants to be the great value version of Kennedy Fox?
Exactly.
They're not going to be the original. So why are you trying to be the great value version?
Exactly.
Nobody wants that.
Research, be inspired, be influenced, make it your own, and make it separate. So what you're doing is different to what everyone else is doing, but it's in the same atmosphere as what is relevant at the moment. Like, it's, and it could be videos are the next big thing that take off, and you just go and see what people are doing and thinking, okay, words in the video, not just pictures at the moment, and then make it your own. Like, it's just, there's being inspired, and then there's
being a copycat.
Yeah.
Don't be a copycat. That pisses me off.
No, because Courtney will come raging.
I'm serious. Like, I don't have many rants on social media, but that is one that chaps me. Like, I will help anybody. I will give ideas, whatever. But when you literally take the same color scheme, the same outline, try to do your book covers exactly like ours, like you're just being the great value version. Don't do that. Because I'll call it out every single time I see it.
And it's not cool. It's just not
hard work. That's our ideas, and you just took them. So
I just saw something Desiree said quickly. Do I have my coffee? I don't drink coffee.
He doesn't drink coffee. I know.
Water. I don't drink coffee. Never have. Courtney, I don't know how Courtney are friends.
Yes.
Because we don't drink coffee.
Exactly. Okay, guys. Well, it's officially 4:00. Rachel, what would you like to?
7 a.m.
Oh, it is 7 a.m. What would you like to pimp? Tell people where they can find you, what they can get from you.
You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, newsletter, Twitter, but I don't really tweet.
TikTok. She doesn't really TikTok either.
TikTok, I don't really TikTok. I need to see, I need to see this. I need to. Yeah, I've got books coming out this year. I jump on the sprints with Courtney quite often, maybe like once every month, 2 months or whatever. We have a good time. Just like friend request me, say hi. I'm more than happy to help anyone and talk to anyone. I don't know everything. I learn every day, which I love, but reach out. Don't be afraid to ask questions. If I don't know the answer, I will put you in the direction of someone that could. We're one big community, and that's what we have to remember. So reach out, Facebook, friend me, Instagram, follow me, whatever, chat. I'm always here.
Books are on Amazon. They're everywhere? Yeah.
Yes.
Amazon.
I'm everywhere, baby.
Everywhere. She's in all the places. Rachel Brookes. She has books coming out this year. She's making her comeback. I've been telling her that she needs to start a YouTube channel, but
I'll just come and infiltrate yours. I'm happy with that.
Fine with me. But thank you so much. I really appreciate you waking up early for me. Much love. I'm sure I will talk to you after this stream too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Guys, we are rocking and freaking rolling, and now it is time to introduce the man of the hour, the guy who put a ring on this finger to spend the rest of his life with this. The Deep Sky Dude. Here he is. Oh, look, I have a stool.
I'm gonna use this one.
Okay.
Maybe
okay, perfect.
Whatever, because this one's a little shorter.
So this is Will. He is Deep Sky Dude everywhere. amateur astronomer, has 100 and how many subscribers on 160,000 on Instagram, 180,000 on TikTok.
Yeah. Lots, I guess. I don't know.
Does live streams on Facebook a lot. Some of those videos have like 1 million views, and yeah, basically smartest person I know. So I'm literally Penny. I'm not even kidding.
I mean, maybe I'm Sheldon, but I don't think so.
No, I don't think you're Sheldon. Fellow
I'm one of
native
those nerds on that show, probably.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. We're going to go through some of these. Do you think classes help, or is it just knowing the tropes? I think for romance, knowing the tropes is helpful. I think craft books are also helpful to bring you to the next level, but don't like study them like I did in the beginning. Classes, I think, can be helpful too. Workshops and stuff like that, if you can get real feedback on your work. Oh, it's a family event.
The cat's going to come in here.
It's a family event. Look, Nibbler came to say hello. Nibbler.
This is my hour, Nibbler.
Exactly. Let's see.
She just, as fast as she could, ran
It's
through
like,
the house.
thanks, Courtney and Rachel. Yeah. Yay. JC says, yay.
Hey, JC.
Will.
How you doing?
JC's watched some of your live streams on
Cool.
Facebook.
Awesome. Not many of those coming these days. Facebook keeps flagging me, like copyright infringing me. So I'm like, may not do many more of those.
Brooke, Will
Hey,
is
Deirdre.
Will is an introvert.
Hey, Caro. Hey, Esther. I am definitely like middle of the road introvert. More introvert than this one for sure. She's the manager person when we have a kerfuffle in public.
Oh yes, I am the let me talk to your manager type of person. I'm gonna bring this down a little bit. Sorry.
It is kind of bright. I'm ginger. Sorry about that.
We're bringing down.
Low lighting is good for my complexion.
I mean, you were like glowing or something. I was like,
Yeah.
wait a second. We need.
I've been outside all day though, so working on some new telescopage. Hey, Tara Lynn. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you,
Brooke. Thanks for the yes. It's great, Stephanie. Newsletter Ninja's amazing.
Deirdre says hi. Yeah.
Hi, Nibbler. Ever tried? Yes. So one time I set my laptop on like the recliner to walk off, and she jumped up there and was laying on it, like just on it. And I'm like, oh my God, is my computer broken?
Oh, and then also Nibbler wrote a half a chapter.
Oh yeah, she'll like just lay on a letter. And
yeah, it was a bunch of F's, which seems to fit.
Copywriting the moon and stars. Yes.
Yeah, they are. These weird Facebook channels are hitting me with stuff.
They are like, he'll stream the moon and then Facebook will be like, copyright strike, so and so has claimed your video. Like, for the moon? Are you kidding me? Will, what got you into astronomy? Has it been something you've always been interested in?
Yeah. Yeah, JC. Since I was like 9 or 10, somewhere in there, something happened. I went out back in this very yard that we live in right now, and probably it was like Orion or the winter sky or something. And that was it. And then I begged for star charts for Christmas. I went and bought Sky and Telescope magazine off the rack here at a local supermarket like every month and just read it cover to cover. And it never stopped. I mean, it got worse and worse. And then people were giving me cameras. My mom gave me a 35 millimeter SLR before the D. And that was pretty cool. So I was taking squiggly star trails out in the front yard here in 96, 97, when I was like 13, 14 or so. And here I am pushing closer to 40, still doing the same old thing. So yeah, it's just, I don't know there was no pinpointed moment that I can say was the catalyst for all of it. It was just like, it was something I was born to do, I guess. I don't know.
Kind of like writing for me.
Yeah.
I just one day was like, I'm
You
going to write a
found it
book.
later, but you always knew it was just dormant inside you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Will's very smart when it comes to astronomy. I know enough to get us all in trouble and to talk to a bunch of nerds.
But you know, for a normie, as we call them, as really smart astronomy people now, for somebody who's not really into astronomy, Courtney knows way more than like half the wives at these star parties and these astronomy clubs. It's pretty cool. So she's been trained well.
I have been trained well. Absolutely. How do you learn to edit? I'm about to edit my first draft and don't know where to start. Paula, I really sucked at editing in the beginning. I didn't know how to edit. I didn't even write in chapters. I've told you guys this before. I just wrote 50,000 words of ideas. Which is ridiculous because I've read books before, so I don't know what I was thinking, but I feel like if you have anything like Grammarly or Pro Writing Aid, putting your document in there and just really paying attention to what it's saying can be so helpful. And it'll tell you like, oh, this is passive voice. You can rewrite this sentence, or this word is used a lot in this document. You might want to choose a different word or things like that. Grammarly is really great for beginners. Will, share your social media tips with us. How can we build a personal brand across multiple platforms?
I don't know. I have no effing clue. I would have used the F-bomb, but I would keep it friendly.
Yes,
this
thank you.
isn't Deep Sky Dude After Dark. No, I don't know. I talked to this Instagram representative the other day, and she was like, you obviously know what you're doing. I'm like, hold on, I have no idea what I'm doing. What are you talking about? I started this thing in like 2017, and I've been throwing stuff at the wall and see what stuck. But I think Courtney kind of helps me get to the root of it sometimes. You know, I'm hyper niched. I'm not a niche. I'm a hyper niche way on down. But luckily for us in this hyper niche, there's a pretty broad audience that wants to see it. You guys have a much bigger hill, I think. There's a lot more authors trying to get their books read than there are astronomers trying to get their astronomy saw or seen. So it's a different battle, but be yourself is all I've ever done. Be genuine. Don't play games. Even if you think you're playing a game, somebody's going to see through your game.
What?
She sees through the games. So just be yourself. Don't try to play some part online. Be yourself. Tell your audience what you have. Show it to them. And they will, it's like if you build it, they will come thing, from Field of Dreams. And just the woman on Instagram, Heather, thank you, Heather, if you're out there somewhere. She told me to be more consistent, which is something that this one has been telling me for years. And that's something I just cannot do. So maybe be consistent, because I can't seem to take my own advice there. But yeah, just be yourself is, I think, the main bullet point there. And do you, and do it as hard as you can. Because you're your best advocate.
Yeah, I like that. I think also one of like your strengths with Instagram is you're really sharing stuff that you're passionate about. And I think that when you really care about the thing that you're doing, like people can see that. Like we all have had social media in our life for whatever. And you can see when someone's trying to BS you. You can see when somebody's playing a part, acting a certain way, trying to be an influencer. But it all boils down to being passionate about what you're doing and sharing with intention. Like Will shares things that he would be sharing regardless if anybody was looking at it. And that's what makes it so special. And I think that as a new author, to bring that back around to that point, is when you're sharing stuff that you're interested in, stuff that you're really passionate about your writing, or some big light bulb moment discovery that you made about yourself and your craft or whatever. I think that that resonates with people and that makes an impact. And if you can make an impact, even if you don't have any books, eventually the followers will come. In the beginning, you have to do it for yourself. But as you grow, you do it for other people. And I think that's the reason why Will grew so quickly. And you can do the same in the literary world, you know. It's not always about pretty pictures. You know, it's about how can you change somebody's outlook or somebody's life. And Will does like outreach for kids and like, you know, helps people find telescopes because they all want to go to Walmart and buy one and you can't really see anything out of those.
Don't do that. Don't buy those telescopes at the craft stores or the box. Don't do that.
But one cool thing that I wanted to share with you guys that when Will got his VIP Instagram marketing manager call is they talked about a Instagram account that gives all the information that you could possibly need about Instagram, because there's so much information out there that's bad info. And the account is creators, at creators. Instagram announces all of their stuff there. They talk about hashtags, like the types of hashtags, if there's any big changes, implementations that are going on, they're going to tell you on that account. That's directly from Instagram. So if you're not following it, y'all probably want to go do that. This is what it's called, creators. This is what it looks like. And that came straight from his marketing rep. So,
Sarah said her brother is the man who's loves the dark skies, but he doesn't do social media. That's fine. You know, sometimes astronomy is better a solitary activity. And there are a lot of times where for me it is.
Yeah.
But 90% of the time it's
no.
I mean, this cat is just, there she is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are interested in astronomy. But a lot of people don't have, yeah, that's unstable. A lot of people don't have the equipment or the means. I mean, you can go outside and look up and appreciate that. But, you know, when you catch 3 meteors through a telescope with night vision, that's like hyper niched. And, you know.
Yeah, it's what I'm doing is not really what anybody else is doing. And you know, it's not like I saw that gap and was like, oh, I'm going to fill it. It was just, I was just doing and posting astronomy from my perspective. And for some reason it caught on, which is wild to me. I don't know why that happened, but like Courtney said, I think a lot of this just appeals to a broad audience. We all know the moon. Everybody knows the moon. You can close your eyes right now and imagine the moon, because you've seen it your whole life. You may imagine it in a crescent phase. You may imagine it as a full moon with the seas on it. But we all know that. And that is as astronomy as it gets, man. That thing is 240,000 miles away. It's a long walk. At the speed of a bullet, it takes you 3 days to get there. Faster than a bullet, like 3 times faster.
Wow.
3 days. So, and it's another world. It's right there. Go look at my Instagram. I just uploaded a video from last night on there. So,
yeah. Serious question, Will. How scared were you on a scale of 1 to 10 when Court told you so long ago she was thinking of writing a book?
Oh, I wasn't scared at all. I was like, what? What do you want to write a book? Okay. I mean, go for it. Because we, you know, I don't know if she's probably told the story on her streams with the trail at Hodges Gardens, and you know, we've hiked that trail dozens of times or whatever. And you know, sometimes you hike a trail or you look at a seascape at the beach and your life takes a turn, and that's what happened to Courtney. Yeah, it
somehow worked out.
It's pretty wild. I wasn't scared at all. I was actually like, cool, she's gonna get a hobby. That's fantastic. Because I have too many hobbies that, you know, I don't have enough time in the day to do the hobbies that I want to do. So I've had to narrow it down the last few years, but I was like, good, she's gonna get one. She's gonna do it. And then a bunch of really cool stuff happened for her, winning contests and working for people, and then, you know, working for herself, and then working with Brooke. I mean, those two have been a powerhouse of epic proportions. It's really just been super entertaining to watch from the sidelines, you know. So I'm excited, not scared.
Yeah. It's impulse. I do everything in life based on impulse. I'm not kidding. I decided one day that I was going to ride 100 miles on a bike. And I didn't have a road bike. I went and bought one like that day. And then that weekend I rode 50 miles without training, which was real stupid. Like the stupidest thing we've ever done. And then one of the stupidest things.
One of 10.
Once you get to mile 30, you're like, what have I actually done right here?
That was all her idea too.
And so I go all in with just random things. Like, it's probably my ADHD. I'm like, I have this idea and I'm like, I'm going to do this. It's going to be fun. And then I do it. And if I like it, then I stick with it. And if I don't, then I drop it and then move on to something else impulsively.
That's how you should live your life.
Yeah, I just do everything on impulse.
It's like Bruce Lee said, you know, do everything and eat the fish and spit out the bones. Do what works for you. It was all related to martial arts, but it applies
to
in
life.
other aspects of life. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, look, somebody has a cat named Nibbler.
I know.
Ninja. Nibbler.
Isabella, 17. This Nibbler.
That's your name. She's behind.
This Nibbler. This Nibbler is. She turns 14 in September. So, y'all, when my cat eventually dies, because it will happen, I will be a wreck for like a year on YouTube. Just so you know. Just expect more crying because it'll probably. In a fictional world, what would two red suns on a desert planet be like? Keep in mind, this is fantasy with vampires. I also have a poll that gets no sun, but I don't know if that's even possible.
Yes, it could be. All planets are going to wobble, but some might not. There are some planets out there that do not spin on their own axis, meaning one side is locked to their star and burns, and the other side is completely cold, dark, and snowy 100% of the time. We know this. We've observed planets in these fashions before. So, yeah, you could have a planet like that that's just tidally locked or phase locked to its star. That's how the moon is to us, by the way. That's why we only ever see one side of the moon. But, yeah, you could have a planet that was tilted to its double star, red dwarfs or whatever over there. It could be tilted perfectly where even if it rotated and you had sunlight, but maybe it didn't wobble like we do here on Earth, where you get 6 months of daylight in Alaska and then 6 months of kind of darkness because the Earth is doing this like a top. So maybe the planet doesn't do that. Maybe it's stuck in this particular orientation with your double red stars over here. That's a little more unlikely, but go with it. Who cares? It's sci-fi. Vampires, right? So yeah, you could have a planet that's just locked like this, and it's still spinning freely. It wouldn't have seasons, so don't write a fall or a spring into this because that typically is caused by the wobble to and fro of the planet. And what was the other part? Was that it? Okay.
I also have a poll that gets no sun. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, I think I learned something just
there you
now.
Go. Yes.
Cool.
Good luck with your book. I hope that you'll maybe shout me out. And Deep Sky Dude said no.
In the acknowledgments, thank you, Deep Sky Dude, for explaining title lock of planets. I do not read science fiction. I do not. I'm so sorry. Hi, Will. You read which book cover?
Oh, Sky and Telescope. It's a magazine. And this was when I was a kid.
They still are around, though.
Yeah. In fact, Courtney and I have been collecting them, and they're over here
from the 90s. We're so...
And it's the weirdest brownout I've ever had in my life. Like, I'm seeing these covers of these magazines that I obsessed over, that I was just like, it was a weird time in my life. But, I mean, that's all I had. We didn't have the internet and all that kind of stuff. So it was all magazines or books or whatever. And books are too long for younger Will. So magazines were perfect. And seeing those again was unbelievable. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Sky and Telescope. That's a great magazine. Astronomy magazine is also really good too. There's a few of those out there.
Mm-hmm. Will, have you ever thought of writing a series of books for beginning astronomers or people who want to get into it and want to know more?
Yeah, well, Luckily, I swallowed that water wrong right before the answer.
Question. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that was my fault. That was not your fault. It's not like I chose to do that. Yeah, I'm actually, Courtney's been trying to talk me into doing an astronomy class.
Yes.
With visuals. And I think I could be more powerful there than I could ever writing a book.
Yeah.
I feel like in my genre of what I do, maybe written words aren't the best way to go, since now we have so much utilization of video. I mean, you can get it on your phone, you can get it on your computer, you can get it wherever. So I am in the planning kind of stages of that. I probably should have had it done by now and out, but I kind of wanted to make sure that it was going to be something that, you know, I could be proud of and that would help people. So maybe in the next year or so, I'll launch like an astronomy course geared toward beginners. Like if you've never even touched a telescope before, if you get one, then hopefully I can show you how to use it. And in that, there would be consultations like this video chat. I could show you what to turn and where to turn it and things like that. So maybe.
Yeah. I think that a course for astronomy would be so beneficial because, you know, it's not like, I shouldn't say this, but it's not like authors who are out there selling courses on how to sell books. You know, there's like 40, 50, 1,000 people out there who's trying to monetize that. When it comes to astronomy, like you really kind of have to know what you're doing to set up a telescope and see stuff.
Yeah.
It's not easy to just put it up and be like,
no,
let's look through it. There's more involved to it. So it's more technical. And people are always asking Will like very basic questions. And I'm like, you should do a course. Like this would be really helpful and it can make a difference. But you have to make sure that you are getting paid for your time because that's a lot to take on, especially with beginners.
Yes. I mean, because beginners know nothing. And there was one time where I knew nothing too. So I even have to put myself in that headspace to go backwards and be like, okay, if I was looking at this and had no idea, how would I approach it? You know, but luckily I've been doing astronomy for so long that I think I could explain it to people, even remotely, and help them get further down the road for sure. Especially
at a basic level. Like one of the great things that Will has going for him is he can dumb it down. People like me.
It's because I'm really dumb.
No, he's really smart. Like there are some people in our club, like they talk at such a high level about this stuff that I'm like, listen, have you ever seen Big Bang Theory? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, right now you're Sheldon and I'm Penny and I don't know what you're talking about. So I need you to bring it down to like a 5th grade level. So
no filter on this one.
I can understand. I'm going to treat everyone exactly the same, whether you are neurodivergent or not. I'm just going to be myself.
I don't even know what that means.
But. So, you know, I need you to break it down. I'm not as smart as you. Like, and they usually do. But then I'm like, Will, is this what they were talking about? And he's like, yeah, that's basically it.
This cat is an attention seeking, you know what?
Do not jump up there, please. Normie. Yes, I'm a normie.
We're all normies.
Will does have a YouTube channel. It's Deep Sky Dude. He's Deep Sky Dude everywhere.
Deep Sky Dude. I get deep guys or deep sky guy, deep space dude. People mistake it. It's just Deep Sky Dude everywhere.
Yes.
And has been.
Hey Cheryl. Hey Cheryl. So glad you're here. Thank you. Deidre says that's great advice. Nibbler says I'm a star too.
Yeah.
She's gonna get a hobby. Yay. Exactly. Before writing, I did theater, but that's not like a hobby that would like keep me fully occupied while I'm at home. You know what I mean? Like that's where I go somewhere and do a thing and then come home and annoy Will. But now I just get to annoy him all the time. 24/7.
Pretty much.
Turned into a dream. Life-changing hobby. How do you balance writing with couple time? I am terrible. Like for real. Like I am tunnel vision 100%. Like this. Will could be over here doing this. Pay attention to me. And I'm like this.
Which is great sometimes. It's fantastic. But then like when it's time for dinner, you know, I'm like, hey, where do you want to go?
I'm like,
I have an
I don't
entire
care.
conversation with her.
And then I'm like,
it never happened in her head. So
like, what did you say? I asked you 10 minutes ago if you wanted to eat dinner. Oh.
And that's the exact tone she gives me too. So y'all just had like a glance in behind the curtain.
There is no curtain. This is how it is.
there is no curtain. Luckily.
I try to, like, when I was working corporate, I was very strict with dinner time and not being on my cell phone. Even Brooke knew that, like, oh, if she's eating dinner or, you know, she's not going to respond back to me for like an hour and a half. And so with my schedule, I would schedule in will time too, to make sure I was being a good wife. I'm not great at it.
She's pretty good.
He puts up with a lot of my BS, and I have tunnel vision. Like, I can't, like, if I'm working on something, I hyper focus, and nothing in the world at that point when I'm hyper focused matters other than that one thing. My cell phone could be going off, my house could be on fire, but I'm going to finish putting this web page up on Kennedy Fox's website because I need to do this right now. And I also have a hard time with like how much time I think something's going to take me. I'm like, okay, well, just give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes passes.
Which when she tells me that, I go turn on my guitar stuff.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in there for a minute. So
10 minutes pass, and then I need another 10 minutes, and then another 10 minutes, and then another 10 minutes. But yeah, it's still difficult. We don't have kids, but you know, I am probably, I ignore Will more than he ignores me. And then when I'm ready to give him attention, like I want his full attention, and it's probably really annoying to him. Like,
and yeah, because now I'm doing something, you know. And like, hold on, I'm not as good at listening while I'm doing something as she is. I can tell her like a chapter while she's writing a chapter, and then she'll somehow remember every word.
He's like, were you even listening to say, yes, you said,
yes, they're going to come over when the blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, man, wow. I really didn't think she was tuned in. It's pretty impressive. She'll also remember conversations verbatim about 10 and a half years down the road too. So careful.
I'm like, nope. Do you remember that time in 2008 when we were?
No.
Hey, Bobby, how are you? But that's a good segue. Will also is a musician, and he creates space type meditation music. So if you are the type of writer who likes to write to vibe music or music that doesn't have words and lyrics, then go check out Deep Sky Dude. He's everywhere. He's on Spotify, Napster, which is still a thing.
Surprisingly.
Amazon Music, Apple Music,
iTunes,
Spotify. I said that one.
Oh,
pretty much everywhere. He has like
Deezer
distribution like we do for our books. Like they've got that for the music industry and for indies. And so yeah, if you just need some inspirational music or, you know, meditation music, I can fall asleep to it, it's so relaxing, then go check him out.
New album coming out soon.
Yes, he's about to release some new music. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy it. Please let me know how you like it. The oceans move for high functioning ADHD people in the moon. The oceans move for the moon.
The oceans move because of the moon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go with it. Who cares?
Exactly. I go by that a lot on social media. So that is my life motto on social media for sure.
The vampires are on Earth now.
Oh.
I did a weird dimensional phasing thing. My vampires had to come conquer Earth somehow. It's a vampire romance with science fiction elements, but readers, where is the other? Oh, want a prequel with the original planet as a setting. Cool.
Yeah, just use wormholes.
Wormholes.
Yeah. Whenever you can't explain something in science, you typically say, you know, maybe it's electromagnetism or something, you know, technobabble as what they use in sitcoms. But in space, if you want to get anywhere quick, wormholes, we know that they're theoretically possible. We just don't know. We've never observed one, so we don't know if they exist or not. But in your book, go with it. Who cares?
JC says the class would be great. Let's go with that. Please let me know. JC, he's going to need people who are actual beginners to go through the course and make sure that it's tight, because I can't look at it from a real beginner's standpoint because I know a little bit too much. I'm between beginner and intermediate. So I'm not like a true beginner. I could set up a telescope, so
you could? Okay. All right.
I could set up a telescope.
Like, hey, can you
I'm not I am not your assistant. Excuse me.
Intern.
No, I'm not your intern either.
It sounds better.
Brooke has a series about an intern.
Oh. Maybe I will have to peruse it. I was like, what is going on down
naughty.
here?
I'm turning on my foot warmer. So JC, when he does that, I may send you a login to give feedback.
I'm gonna need at least 5 or so people to kind of go through it and let me know. So that would be great.
The two of you should co-present an astronomy for Sci-fi Author show. Oh my God. I could probably put together a sci-fi convention and bring all the nerds.
Hey, I can also, for a fee, start a sci-fi consulting thing. I mean, I won't charge you much, especially my first few customers. But for today, let's just say it's free for the next 30 or 25 minutes or whatever. If you have questions about that. I mean, because that stuff, is easy for me. And when I spot it in movies, especially like Gravity some of these other movies that are just an abomination. Then there's movies like The Martian that are like scientifically watertight in a lot of ways. And some, but it, you as a person who's in tune with this stuff, you see it immediately, and then you're out. I check out. I'm done. You can't get this basic thing right, which would have taken 10 minutes on Google, and maybe one person to be like, yeah, you should believe that. That's legit. They have money to make these movies, and they spend millions on the CG to do the certain things. But if it's wrong, why? If you need it for a plot point, okay, I'll go with you there. But some of the things that happen in Gravity specifically are just atrocious.
I can tell you, watching any space-related movies, commercials, television shows, anything with Will is not fun. Because I just take it at face value.
The moon's wrong.
That shit's right. I look at it and I'm like, I don't care. Like, I don't know.
Can't be in that phase at that time of day.
So Will's like, yeah, this is completely wrong. Look at this star field. And, he's like not livid, but he's annoyed.
It just takes me out.
By it. And I'm like, why did you have to say that? Because I didn't even notice, nor did I care. There's an off commercial. And the off commercial, they go outside and there's a telescope pointed down. And Will's like, the telescope isn't even pointed up at the sky. And I'm like,
it's not a microscope.
I didn't even notice that, but now I can't unsee it. So I told him he should do a series on TikTok or Instagram where he said like how Hollywood got it wrong, because he's so into it. Like Titanic, Starfield's right.
Yeah, well, and that was a Neil deGrasse Tyson thing. Like he originally spotted that. As a kid, I was like, that's kind of weird. And then they'll do it in videos. There's people that do it right. Like for instance, one that comes to my mind is the Filter video for "Take a Picture," the song everybody knows from Filter, "Take a Picture." Huge hit. If you don't know that song, get on YouTube right now and watch that video because it's a cool song. But the sky is perfect in that video. It may be oriented a little wrong, but they took actual star images and moved them across, or an actual time lapse. So that was cool. It's cool to see people do that versus the other way.
Yeah. Oh, another one, not to be a spoilery type thing, but in Star Wars, where a specific character is outside of the ship and then they come back inside the ship and they're alive or something, Will would be like, we were sitting in the movies and he was like, ugh.
The only way you can,
and I'm like, Will, like, come on. He's like, this
saved her.
Unrealistic. And I'm just like, oh my God.
I didn't say it like that at all. I was
just,
that's
he's
nonsense.
Okay. I dramatize everything. He was probably like this. Unrealistic.
No, I probably said that's just so stupid. Why did they do that?
So yeah. Also, when we were writing Bishop Brothers, there was a scene where in Needing Him, they go outside and they are at this fire pit area that is well known in our books. And I'm talking about this beautiful constellation and like looking up at the stars and all this stuff. And I'm like, I'm proud. I'm real proud of it. Okay. I worked on it for a little while. And I read it to Will and he's like, wait. What time period is this book set in? And I'm like, I don't know. It's like summer. No, that constellation would not be up during that time period. Like, you need to change that because that's not realistic. You're explaining something that they would never see until 2 a.m. in the morning. So I had to like rewrite an entire scene.
Yep. Just change it a little. It's not that hard. There's free programs if y'all are writing certain constellations into certain time frames. Stellarium is a good one. It's free. It runs on Linux, Mac, Windows. It runs on everything, and it's called Stellarium. We could probably even put a link for it later or something, or you can message one of us. Stellarium is free, and you can put in date, time, and you can go back hundreds of years, or you can go into the future hundreds of years. And you'll be able to see what the sky is doing at that particular time. So if you have your couple out at 1 a.m. because they snuck out, and they're, look at the Scorpius constellation, well, if it's wintertime, guess what you're not going to see, right? So, and that's the kind of stuff that is easily fixable just by a free program, or someone like me that would be like, no. Why?
I'm like, our readers wouldn't know. And he's like, but the ones who would know would just not even they would check out. And I'm like, okay, I'll rewrite it. But I didn't want to rewrite it. I did not want to. That's the website for Stellarium. It's a free astronomy program. If any of you are interested,
get it. Even if you're not interested, download it. It's awesome. It's fun to play with. You can zoom in and get like real close to the stars and see just how many stars there are, because it's wild. It's a really powerful program though. Even for somebody who's advanced into astronomy, they'll love it. So give it to a friend. It's free.
Yeah, it's free. Brooke said, too bad we aren't closer so we could just put our husbands in a room together instead of interrupting us. Yeah, but see, the thing is like we would never eat. We would just sit there and like after 14 hours, you'd be like, I'm kind of hungry. Oh yeah, maybe I should go to the bathroom. Isn't it great being married to a writer?
Yeah, that's great.
It's great. Elephant memory for the win because I'm forgetful AF.
I call her an elephant sometimes because of that.
So he'll tell me stories and I'm like, yeah, but remember when they were dating this person and this happened and da-da-da-da-da, and Will's like, how do you remember this? Just,
Just checking the ring camera.
Will, did you expect Courtney to still be writing this long?
Maybe at the beginning, no. I mean, because at the beginning, you never know what, because she told me one time, I'm going to start doing LuLaRoe too. And I was like, okay, cool. Have fun. Awesome.
You just called me out.
And, and there was a time where, yeah, she was hardcore into that and doing it. And then, of course, whatever. So, but as it progressed, I saw how she was starting to, it wasn't like a chore for her to do it. It was something she was doing for fun.
Yeah.
And something she was passionate about, and something that I could see the fire in her eyes about doing it. Much in the same way like me with music and astronomy, And so, and then, I mean, she started being really successful on her own, and then her and Brooke got together and hyper successful. So, I know her pretty well, and I knew about halfway through where we are now from like, what was that, 2013 or 14 or something? I don't even remember.
When we started Kennedy Fox?
No, when you first started the trail into
2011.
2011. Yeah, okay. So I from there to about a decade. So about 5 years ago, I kind of knew that this was going to be something that she did hardcore for the rest of her life. And then I was hoping that she would do it even harder when she quit her job and started staying home and doing it all the time. But by that time it was a done deal. So
yeah.
And it was amazing. Yeah. I'm proud of her. in more ways than one.
Thank you.
But I mean, I tell her all this stuff. It's not something that I, share publicly too much, but because, couples that overshare stuff like that are weird. Weird.
It's because, like, I don't know if it's
I love my hubby today.
If it's a millennial thing or what.
It might be. I shouldn't make fun of it.
But, like,
because there are happy couples.
Most of the people that I know who push their significant other really hard, like, they get in a divorce, or like they're not really happy, like, and then you hear all those stories about how, the husband murdered the wife, but they were perfect on social media and loved each other. And I'm like, yeah, don't post anything too lovey about me, because that gets a little
yeah,
a little weird.
It's getting dark romance in here now, isn't it?
I find binaural beats to be really helpful.
Yeah, I use binaural beats infrequently, but in my music from time to time. I'll tuck them in, and I don't know if it's a placebo or if it's real, but if it's a placebo and it helps you,
who cares?
Who cares? That's going to be the whole theme of this whole thing.
Who cares? Go with it. Who cares?
Go with it. Who cares?
I use movie scores, so I check out Will's music. Yeah, it's good. I enjoy, like, if I'm trying to relax in the bathtub, I'll just put on Will's music and just, like, almost fall asleep, Which
is not wise in a bathtub.
Just trying to find YouTubers to do an honest review on my romance novella. Are you in, for like, BookTube? Is that what you mean? Oh my God. So Courtney, I was reading through one of my books and somehow I named one of the characters Courtney, and guess what her husband's name was? William.
A match made in book heaven.
JC, it's okay. Like, you're the perfect candidate for this. For sure.
Setting up telescopes is easy, and that's muscle memory. It's like, well, if I'm going to do this, I need this, that's all it is, over and over again.
I was going to nap 35 minutes ago, but I can't stop listening to Will. I'm going to have so many questions when I come visit. Yes.
Hey, Rachel. Good to see you. Or,
see ya. Everybody's like, I would take that class. My own kids knows where constellations are. Well, I'm like, how the heck do you know that? Yeah, constellations are like the star hopping, and learning your constellations is the first thing that you would do when it comes to the night sky. Because once you know your constellations, you can literally find pretty much everything out there if you have the right size telescope. So
all of that is 100% true. It's fun to hear her give it back.
I know. I talk about this on my writing live stream, and I'm like, hey, you would have been so proud of me. I explained whatever.
And then I'm like, oh boy.
And he's like, what did you say?
Here we go.
Sci-fi consulting is definitely something you should do.
Oh, that's a cool idea. I've never really thought about it.
Yeah. I love The Martian while Gravity was not so great. Was Gravity the one with Sandra Bullock?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I write psychological thrillers, but I still think that would be cool and would be interested in attending. Yeah. Question. Here's a controversial question, and you do not have to answer it all. Do you believe in aliens or extra dimensional beings?
I get this question actually a lot.
All the time.
Can I call you NL, I guess? November Lima? No. NL. I get this question all the time on my Instagram lives, my Facebook lives. So it's not a question that is taboo for me at all. The question is two-part. Do I believe in aliens or extra dimensional beings? I do believe in aliens. Okay. But I don't believe necessarily that they've ever visited us. When you look out into space, there's trillions of stars, and that's just in our galaxy. And there are billions of other galaxies with a trillion of their own stars. The numbers are quite literally astronomical. It's mind-bogglingly huge. You can't even express it with enough zeros on a page for how many stars there would be. Okay, stars are a thing in the universe. Cool. They're what make up galaxies. But every time a star forms, planets are a byproduct of that formation. So you have this gas cloud in space with nothing going on, and a seed starts. These little clumps of stuff start attracting each other, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it's the moon size, and then it's Earth size, and then it's Jupiter sized. And then you stack 50 Jupiters into one area, and the core collapses, and that becomes now a star. But what was happening while that planet was forming, and then that Jupiter was forming, and then that star eventually formed in that dust cloud, and it collapsed and it kicked on. Well, it started pushing away all that dust that formed everything. But while that star was forming, there was all these other little clumps orbiting that bigger clump that were forming. And those are going to be your planets, your Jupiter, your Earth, your Mercury, your Venus, Mars, whatever. Sometimes the gas giants form in real close to the star. That's bad news for the outer rocky planets. They all get flung out typically. So there's these things called rogue planets in the universe where there's no star attached to these planets. They're just a planet that got flung out of their parent solar system. So the idea is every star that you see in the nighttime sky, every star that we've ever measured essentially has multiple planets, not just one, like 5 to 10 to 30, some of these things.
Wow.
Big ones, big, huge Jupiters that make Jupiter look like a little tiny toy. So yes, I believe in aliens because if there are trillions and trillions and trillions of stars, surely on those quadrillion, trillion planets that formed around those stars, certainly at some point life became a thing somewhere else, because we did. We're all having this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So we came about. Has that life ever visited us? I don't think so. But maybe there's some weird UFO stuff out there, or UAP stuff. I typically, and I'm not going to tell the story here. Maybe I'll put y'all on a cliffhanger because we've only got 10 more minutes. But usually when people ask me if I've seen a UFO, I say no.
He's like, no.
But I have seen a UFO.
Something.
And I'm not going to tell the story here again.
Oh, you are so.
If you want to hear the story, we'll do it later or at a different time. But it's not a spectacular story. I didn't have a triangle hover above me and hit me with a light or anything. I saw a light out in the distance.
He wasn't beamed up onto a spaceship.
And multiple people saw it with me, and I knew something was wrong with what I saw, and so did they. So anyway, I don't have any evidence that it was alien, though. It could have been anything. It could have been a missile. It could have been all kinds of weird stuff. So to say that I saw a UFO and now I immediately believe in aliens is wacko, because it could be 100 different other things. But yes, do I believe in aliens? Yes, that's the long answer. There are too many planets for life like us not to have arisen. They could be in microbial form out there. They could be in a weird fish that lives under its own little ocean. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. So when he says alien, he doesn't mean like little green men like that. I mean, yeah.
No, there's definitely microbial life out there somewhere. I promise you there is. There's too many chances for it to happen. And we know that RNA and, the organic molecules that make us up at the very core of what we are, the stuff that makes up our DNA is everywhere. We find RNA like all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like planets are a byproduct of star formation. Life is a byproduct of planet formation. I don't have any evidence to prove that second part, but who knows?
Wow.
Let's go with it.
We're going with it.
We're going with it.
Yeah. So I think it's kind of like space to me. Like when I start thinking about it, it's a weird place. Space is such a weird place. The fact that it's like infinite and there's like trillions upon trillions, like numbers that are not even created worth of planets and stars and galaxies, and we've only scratched the very surface of it. Like that kind of freaks me out a little bit.
It's a vast cosmic ocean.
My brain, like I can't always comprehend it where it makes sense for me to fully understand, because when you start digging into it, it's like, what the heck?
It will boggle your mind, and that's where the term comes from.
So yeah, like I said, he's way smarter than me. So
I've just been doing this a long time. I had a lot of time to think about it.
Okay. Read a book recently where a spacecraft lurched when it was hit. Hull breach, took minutes to repair, but no consequences. I was screaming at the book.
The lurch part may be correct, but if there was a hull breach, you'll lose. I mean, depending on how big the hole is, the air is going to leave very quickly.
Yeah.
And unless there is an airlock of some kind you could escape to,
you're done, son.
You're done.
Will, I'm thinking of writing a futuristic sci-fi novel. Is it important to discuss astronomy in the novel, or can I stick to technology?
It's probably not important to discuss astronomy unless you're trying to say that they're a starfaring species like us in the future. We are kind of a interplanetary species. We kind of have left the Earth and have gone to the moon. But it's not necessarily important. Astronomy is used in stuff like navigation, time. Our calendars are based on the moon. That's why they call it the month. It's the moon. The moon orbits every 28 days. Guess how many days are in a calendar month? So it's weird, right? But it's all connected. So sometimes astronomy is important to mention. Maybe sometimes it doesn't help the plot. It's just a side tangent that I would love for you to do, but maybe it's not important.
Not LuLaRoe. I
No.
know. You just Will, do you have a favorite constellation?
Yeah, I mean, Coma Berenices. It's really stupid. But as a kid, I couldn't find it in the backyard here. There's too many lights.
Is that the sea?
No, that's Corona Borealis.
Oh, they all kind of sound the same.
Coma Berenices is the hair of Berenices. It's an esoteric constellation. It's 3 stars with this cluster of stars that comes down like a comet, kind of an A that's got a lot of stars. And I couldn't find it here, and I was so mad as a kid because I knew, like, it's right there, And then one night it was clear, and I got it. And now I see it every time I go out when it's summer. Right now, it's Coma Berenices is like straight up at 10. So
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah. I don't really talk. Nobody asked me if my favorite constellation. It's a good question, though.
That is a good question.
There's like 88 constellations, 70 some odd you can see from the northern hemisphere. Rachel, our friend down under, has a whole different
sky, like a totally different sky.
If you knew the sky, I can't wait for this, y'all. If you know the sky here, I know the sky really well. If I go down to Australia, I'm gonna be completely lost.
Mm-hmm. They have the Southern Cross, which you can't see here. You can see some of it in Florida.
And I saw the top star at the HAS site. I have a picture of it. Crux.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
We better hurry. There's only 5 minutes. Lightning round.
So I'm listening to this while I work on my book and accidentally wrote dark blue sky instead of bag.
Good. Because sometimes the sky is dark blue.
The fact that I actually understand what he's saying, I love astronomy.
Hi, Desiree. How you doing?
I love your video on romance novel books that sell. I would love if you would review. I don't. I'm sorry, Bobby. I do not read.
She's busy.
I don't. I mean, I read, but when I'm reading, I'm trying to read for pleasure. I don't do betas or critiques or anything like that. I just don't have time to focus on it and give people the time that they deserve.
I still have a laundry list of things for her to do for me.
Yeah,
and this live stream is kind of messing up a few of those. I need that camper washed.
Shut up. You better get out there and wash that camper.
I need you to hose it down, girl.
With the way the world is, they have to be living among us, right? For real.
Well, that's a valid point.
There's so many conspiracy theories. Like, some people say that like aliens live under the ocean and these ships come from under the water and go up, and just, it's interesting when you listen to the military pilots talk about the stuff that they've seen.
Absolutely.
That's kind of weird. Like
David Fravor, very famous incident with the Nimitz. Look it up, David Fravor. It's pretty cool. Why is he lying if he is lying? I don't know. But I ain't never seen nothing like that, so I can't.
Cool.
Say.
Some good writing books. You know what? I like Save the Cat writes a novel. It helps with structure. I also like Romancing the Beats, especially for romance books. Writer You Need to Quit, I feel like, is a good one. It's not necessarily about writing, but it kind of like helps with the writer mentality. But yeah, I have a list of books that like I like to recommend in my description on all my other videos. But yeah, I think that this is time, guys. We've got 3 minutes. Jamie is waiting for me down in the waiting room. I can see her down there. This is Will. This is Deep Sky Dude. This is the guy I've been with for like 20 years almost.
It's crazy.
2022. Yes, we started dating in 2002. So we have been a couple. We've been a couple for 20 years. And yeah, he's been there from the very beginning and has seen it all. The stories that Will and Jeremy
oh, hey, ladies, I'm taking cash donations for the juicy stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Shut up.
Daddy needs a new guitar every other month.
Shut
right?
up.
So
the
I got the stories.
The stories that Will and Jeremy, Brooke's husband, could tell about us could probably last like a 2-day straight stream. But if you enjoyed all the stuff that Will talked about, if you're into astronomy, if you're into space music, you can find him at Deep Sky Dude everywhere on all of the music streaming platforms, on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook. He's Deep Sky Dude in all the places. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. You don't normally touch your guests.
My hands are cold.
They're very cold.
My hands are
like
so
it actually
cold.
almost hurt. It was so cold.
Like,
it was like a Will Smith touch that I got there.
Oh now. Man, keep my name out your. Okay. Goodbye, William.
Goodbye, y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in, and we'll see y'all on the flip side.
See you on the flip side. Okay. Have fun. Goodbye. So that was Will. Next up, we've got J.S. motherfreaking Cooper. Guys, I can't wait. I'm about to press the button and add her to the stream. And there she is.
I'm so close. Am I that close in your video too?
Here, look, I'll scoot up so then we're the same.
I didn't realize
we're at the same energy.
Close. I know. I'm just gonna stand up and try to change this angle a little bit. I didn't realize it was my close up. I wasn't ready.
You're fine. That's great. You're good. You look cute. I love it. We're twinning with our glasses. I love it.
I know.
So guys, this is J.S. Cooper. Would you like to give an introduction and tell everyone about yourself? I mean, I know you've got a lot, so tell them all the things about you. Introduce yourself so then they can get their questions to you.
Okay. Hi, I'm J.S. Cooper, or Jamie. I've been writing as J.S. Cooper for about 10 years. I actually started my indie career under another name, and I wrote a chick lit book that I thought was going to do amazing, and it sold like 10 copies to my family members, and I was like, forget this, and I didn't write again for another year. I was in school at the time, and then started writing as Helen Cooper, little novellas, and then made the transition to J.S. Cooper about 6 months after. Yes.
How many books do you have released?
I don't know this, but I want to say like 30-ish. 30.
It's got to be more than 30 with all your foreign translations and.
True. Do you consider foreign translations new books though?
I don't consider them in my number, but man, you have so many pages on Amazon. Like I was gonna go through and count, and I was like, I can't even.
It's because of box sets as well. And then when I first started writing, I had novella series. So it was like, book 1, book 2, book 3. So that in the beginning made it seem like more because they were like shorter books. That then I packaged together as like one book.
Oh my goodness. So you've done novella series, and then you've done actual like full-length books under JS, and you're considered a hybrid author as well.
Yeah, so I was lucky that when I started, it was like kind of like the boom of like the indie author for romance authors.
Yeah.
And so as Helen Cooper, my first month I made like $12, but then the next month I made a couple $100, and then the next month I made like a couple $1,000. And then I transitioned to J.S. Cooper, and I had one series which I don't even think about it. But then I had a book that made New York Times bestsellers list. So it was like my third book as J.S. Cooper. And then I just had all these agents who had contacted me. And then I ended up selling a series to Simon & Schuster, which was actually a romantic suspense series. And it was a very different process to being self-published indie author. And I didn't love the process that much.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of like, you know. But yeah, it was the best part was going into Barnes and Noble and going into Target and seeing my book, and friends who didn't really understand self-publishing would be like,
Yeah.
oh, I went to the store and I saw your book. And I'm like, oh, yay, you know. So that was like the most fun part of being published through a traditional publisher.
Oh my gosh. So you got distribution in bookstores and Target. That's like,
yeah, they were even surprised when it was in Target. I was like, oh, wow. And every time I would go into Target, I would buy a copy of the book. And my mom was like, don't you have enough copies? And if she would go, I'd be like, oh, did you buy a copy of the book? She's like, leave some for other people.
That's hilarious. Wow. So I guess I didn't realize that you made New York Times on like your third book. Like that's like underneath that name, but still like that's like crazy success, like right at the very beginning of launching something to hit such a huge list.
You know, it was awesome, but actually, so what sucked was that there was this blogger at the time who is now an author, so I'm not going to say any names, who tried to like say that I plagiarized the book because because I guess she didn't know who I was, and there was like this whole heap of drama, and I was just like, can you tell me what you're trying to say is play? And she's like, oh, well, I don't actually have any passages, but someone contacted me and we've never heard of you before, so you need to prove to us. And I was just like, so that kind of diminished at the time. I had been so excited, but that kind of like brought me down a little bit. And then, you know, but yeah, that was exciting.
Oh, that sucks. You know, I think I don't feel like bloggers are like, I don't feel like they hold the same power that they used to. So I know newbies probably don't understand, but back in the day, a blogger could kill your career. With one blog post, they could literally take you down so many notches. And they could also build your career. One person like talking about your book could make it just go mega viral. So it like that was a thing back in the day that, you know, bloggers could just, you know, take hold. We had a situation where when we first launched Just Kennedy Fox, nobody knew who we were, and we wanted to keep that secret, and bloggers acted as internet sleuths and posted like Brooke's personal address in a blogger group, you know, and like, this is them, this is who it is, you know, and that's just, it's not okay to take it to that level. And especially to accuse someone of plagiarism, I would have lost my, you know what. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. But I'm curious, you probably may not remember, how many copies did you sell in that week to make New York Times?
It was, I think I must have sold like 12,000 copies. 12,000.
Really? 12,000. Wow. Like in a week. That's crazy. I know I had a friend who made, I don't know if it was number one. It might have been. And I think she sold, it was like 30,000 copies in a week. And yeah. I'm like 30,000 copies in a week. Like even today, my brain can't it can't comprehend that.
Sorry, that's my.
It's okay.
I think the most exciting was when I had this novella series called The X Games, and I had 4 books on the New York Times bestsellers list in 1 week.
4 books?
4. Yeah, it was crazy. Oh my God, stop it, guys. Hey, Poppy, I'm just kidding. Of course. Yeah.
4 books on New York Times. Like, that is so unheard of.
that I didn't, at the time I was just like, oh yay. I didn't even process it. Now I'm just like, wow, man, you never, at the time, you never really like process something. Now I'm like, oh my God, wow, that was so cool. And then, Brooke, so my most successful book actually was a book called One Night Stand. Yeah, so well, and actually it wasn't even a one night stand, which is the most ironic part of the book. But the book was called One Night Stand, and it just did amazing for me. It's definitely my most, and it's not the best book I've ever written. I think like it started really fun and sort of juicy, and so it had a good hook in the beginning.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's the best book I've ever written, but it's definitely been my best-selling book.
That's amazing. Brooke said back when New York Times included indies on their list.
Yeah. I know I got in before they went.
But still, like, that is such a monumental thing, and it just like proves how much the industry has really changed, for newer authors out there. New York Times is not necessarily sales ranked. They have a committee who ultimately decides who gets put on that list, and they have now made the list where it's harder for indie authors to rank there, and that's their goal. They're very elitist in that way. I haven't seen an indie make New York Times in years.
Yeah.
It's been so long. Brooke said, I remember the X Games. It was so good.
Oh, thank you. I love that. It was so fun. What was crazy is when I was writing, I had just written another book, and I had promised people a sequel to that book. And it was right before Christmas, and I was like, oh, I don't feel like writing this. And I had this idea for this novella series. I literally wrote that first book in 1 week. Wrote it in 1 week, sent it to my editor, and published it, didn't, and that was at the time when you didn't even have pre-order. So I was just like, oh, how surprised, I got this book, and then boom, I was like, oh, that's really cool.
Wow. Yeah. She says, I remember when Rhett blew up too.
Oh yeah, Rhett. Yeah, it was funny enough. That was another, like, I was meant to be writing another book. That sounds really bad. And I saw this guy's photo, like, for sale. One of those photographers. I can't even remember who I bought it from. And I was like, oh my gosh, this guy is so good looking. I want this. I'm going to buy this cover. And it inspired me to write this book. And then it did really well. And I was like, wow, yeah, that's cool.
Wow. So one picture inspired a book and you wrote it.
Yeah. Well, it's crazy because I don't know for you and Brooke, but I get inspired by covers. Like, I must have like 50 covers I've never used. And good looking, there's some girl, right? If I don't personally find the guy attractive, I can put him on the cover because it inspires me. You know what I mean? And sometimes it just comes to you like, oh.
Yeah, we've looked through some photographers' photos, and like me and Brooke are really picky. We're like, the way that the jawline is weird, or the facial hair is strange, or his haircut gives him a cowlick. I mean, I get it. I totally get it. And pre-made covers, oh my God. Back in the day, I probably have like 50 pre-mades that I've purchased and never used. So like, and Brooke does too. So we're always like, we need to be careful with how many pre-mades we buy because we don't really use them. We're funding cover designers' hobby or business or career or whatever.
Yeah, same. And actually, fun fact about the X Games, it was a cover on Go On, right? He had that. He was like this big pre-made cover designer, like back in the day. And so I bought the cover, and actually the title was The Sex Games. Like, oh, that's a bit too much. So I went in on like Photoshop and erased the S to change it to the X.
That's hilarious. Like, no, we're erasing it. That's funny. Terrelyn says, any tips on starting over? Would y'all recommend getting the first 3 or 4 books written and ready to go before starting to publish the first book? Question to both of you. Go ahead, Jamie. You got this one?
Okay, sure. Starting over as a new author or starting with an existing author name, I want to know. Also, recommend the first. So I think one, it depends if you're going to be wide or if you're going to be in KU. I think if you're going to be in KUs, you want the books ready to go every 30 days or less than that, actually, if it's starting a brand new name, because you need people to get excited and bought into the series as soon as possible. And actually, even as wide, I would have the first couple of books released at least I know it sounds crazy because that's such a short time period,
Mm-hmm.
but I would have at least 2 good to go. So that, yeah, but also it depends on, are you starting a brand new pen name where you have no existing readers, or you have people who are sort of following you from a different name?
Yeah, I think that I would say the same thing. I think we touched on this earlier, and I was like, in the beginning, when you're pushing out a new name, like the quicker that you can build your backlist and have more books for people to read through, the better. You know, it would be better to take a year to write an entire series and then launch with all those books ready to go. So then you're not waiting and you're writing the next series while the current one's releasing with
Yeah,
pre-order.
I have a friend. She writes romance right now. I don't know if she would want me to say her name, so I'm not going to. But she's pretty successful writing sort of like darker romance, but it's sort of like her income took a complete dive. So she wanted to start a new name, which she did. And she wrote the first 3 books before she launched this new series under this new name. And I think when she launched, she didn't tell anyone it was her. And she had them like every 30 days. And the new name is doing better than her original name.
Wow. That's amazing. Yeah. And it also helps when you're like, when you've got your regular name, like Terralyn, I know that you write under this name, like you've learned a lot under that name and you've made mistakes under that name. And so when you relaunch, like you go into it without the same mistakes and you can brand from the very beginning. And I think that's one of the reasons why Kennedy Fox was so successful, because we knew that you can't have shitty covers or titles, or the blurbs can't be, you know, not catchy. Like you take those with you. So then you're starting over, but you actually have a foundation laid. You know, it's not like, oh, I'm new and I'm completely erasing everything I know. You go into that new name with all the knowledge you currently have.
Yeah.
Paula says, do you have any editing tips?
Oh, wow. I'm sure like almost every person who starts out indie, you have books where maybe you didn't pay as much attention to the editing in the beginning. And I definitely, when I very, very first started at Helen, I didn't even have an editor. Like I literally just wrote it and put it up. And I was looking at some of them the other day and I was like, oh, this is so cringe. But like, I would definitely make sure that you have a good editor, vet your editor. Yes. If they do a sample, have them do a couple of pages and actually go through it, because everyone that is editing is not a good editor.
Yep.
If you don't think you catch editing stuff, ask someone else to read it, to go over it. I think that's really, I've had like some really crappy editors. And I'm not a great editor. So like I can read the same mistake 5 times and don't see it. And then a reader will be like, oh, this. And I'm just like, oh gosh.
It's so frustrating when that happens too.
Yeah. So that's what I would say. For self-editing something, and I think write your first draft, revise, and I just recently downloaded Grammarly, actually.
Yes.
And Grammarly is like, I had looked at it years ago, and actually they've made some changes, and they've got some really helpful suggestions for like a lot of quick change. They catch a lot of things, I would actually, and I don't think it was that expensive, maybe $99.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that because I can't remember. I would definitely get that before you send it to an editor as well.
Yeah, Grammarly, I mean, they have done a lot of updates to that over the years. And like I think it was I don't know, I put something through it recently. It might have been a bonus scene that I wrote. And I was amazed by how quickly it caught passive writing and repetitive words, because that's something that I look for when I'm self-editing, but Grammarly just points it out and they're like, rewrite this sentence. It's too long. Your past participle or whatever. I don't know grammar. I'm not good. I'm not that great at it, and so you can really learn just by going through that. It's not perfect, but if you're at the beginner level, I think that it can be super helpful. Being a penny at times, I don't know. We do use pre-mades for anthologies now. Yeah, we'll look at them, and I think all of our anthologies were pre-made covers. Carolyn says, I decided to unpublish my series and redo it. I only one book on sale now. It'll be wide. I have a small reading base, so it's like starting over. Gotcha. So you have one book total or one book in that series? Or is it 3 books? You're going to have to tell me. That's what I'm trying to do. Brand it well from the start. I made a lot of mistakes with the first book, which is why I unpublished the first book in the rest of the series. Yeah, you're on the right track, Carolyn. I think that once you fix the issues that you're having with it and, go with covers that will sell, look at your titles, your blurb and all that. I don't think it's too late, like, for people to start over under their current pen names. You just need that one series to take off.
Mm-hmm.
Brooke, I didn't have an editor for my debut either. I eventually got it edited, but Baby Author Lessons was made. Oh my gosh.
I think a lot of us, unfortunately, learned, made that mistake. And I had one time, oh my gosh, this is kind of a funny but sad story. I had a friend that I went to law school with who decided she was still working as an attorney, but she decided she was going to be an editor as well. So I hired her to edit a book back in the day. And she shouldn't have been an editor anyways, but whatever. Well, she messaging me on GChat. I'm waiting on the book. The book's meant to go live. Still don't have it back. And she's like, oh, are you watching The Bachelor? And ha, ha, ha. Well, all this like stuff about all these TV shows she's watching. So in my reader group at the time, I was like, oh my God, I'm so upset. My editor's watching TV. Like, I forgot she was in the group. Oh, she sent me a message. She's like, are you upset at me about, did you forget I'm in the group? And I was like, ooh. But yeah, also don't hire friends as editors. Quickest way to end the friendship.
Exactly. Don't hire anybody that you're related to or you have a good relationship with. That's a good lesson to learn. Like, I am this is business, this is friendship. And when we're doing business, if something happens and you're not doing what you got to do, I will fire you in a heartbeat. If you're my friend and you're doing business and you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, I don't care about the friendship. I will fire you in a heartbeat. And so, yes, that will probably end the friendship. I will probably not be as, corporate Courtney as if they were not my friend, but they would still get, this is the reason why I'm not going to be using you anymore. I usually tell people why I'm splitting ways with them, so then they can improve. And if they don't want to, then that's on them. But yeah, it's important to keep the two separate. Janelle says, do you plot your novels?
So that's interesting. I plot if I'm on a deadline. I'm actually a pantser all the way. I feel much more inspired creatively because I just go off on so many different a lot of times the story changes as I'm writing it. Yeah. However, yes, sometimes I get halfway through the book and I'm like, oh, beep, I don't know where I'm going. Beep, I'm bored. Like, I write myself into a corner and then and I just don't know what's next. And if I'm on a deadline, I'll outline the chapters. And sometimes I deviate from that. But a lot of times I find when I'm writing from an outline, I feel bored. I feel like stifled creatively.
Yeah.
But I'm actually, and Courtney knows, I'm actually taking some screenwriting classes.
Yes.
And so you have to outline like when you're writing a script. And, I feel like the plot can become developed a lot fuller when you outline fully. Like, but I personally, I would say I outline 15% of my books. So not that even after saying that, I'm a pantser for sure.
I love that. I remember when I first started writing, I was a straight up like planster. I'd have like the beginning, the middle, and the end. Whatever happened from point A to B to B to C, I don't know. It was just going to come to me at that moment. And I had written myself in so many corners that was so hard to write myself out of. And but I remember the excitement of that. Like I don't even know what's going to happen next, guys. Like we're choose your own adventure right now, So I remember that excitement when just doing that. Now it would be impossible, because me and Brooke write together, but I do enjoy that. And I do have my little pantser moments. Like we'll outline like from beginning to end, and I'll just be like, oh, well, this scene would be perfect right here. I'm just going to go ahead and add that and see what Brooke says when she reads it, And sometimes she usually likes them. Sometimes they're happy surprises, But yeah, I think it's so interesting how, you can be so successful and still be a pantser. Like it's possible, you don't have to outline.
I hate to say this, but I feel like the books, my books that have done better have been the books I didn't outline. I mean, I don't know if there's a correlation there, obviously, but I felt creatively that financially, the ones that have done better are the ones that haven't been outlined. But as I say that, there was one book that it was a novella series that I didn't outline, and I thought I had this genius ending. Like I was so proud. I was literally typing and I was like, oh my God, this is so good. And it got slammed. People were like, you're going to add another book because it can't end like that. And I was like, wow, you just never know. Like I thought it was so brilliant. What ended it? I think I got like a 3-star average. Like the first book was like 4 point something. Second book was 4 point something. Third book was like 3.2 or 3.5. And I'm like, okay, well, you just never know.
That's so funny. Yeah, I think it was Terrellyn earlier. She was like, well, should you work on a series that you think is going to do well, or, a series that, you want to write? And I'm like, you just never know. Like in your mind, it's a masterpiece. It's the best thing ever. And then you launch it and people are like, no, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
So write what you're passionate about. And if it's a great story, people will read it. Wow. Elizabeth says, what is your tips for finding a good editor?
So word of mouth.
Yes.
There are so many different like author groups online now. I always like search the posts to see who people have recommended.
Me too.
If I see the same name showing up from a lot of different people, I'll go and I'll check out their books on Amazon and see if anyone's complained about the editor.
Yes.
The thing is, I don't love that because a lot of times people just promote their friends, so you really have to do your due diligence. And I have been burned so many times with editors, and I have been writing so long, and I just think to myself, how am I still getting burned? So now I think, and you know what, even a really good editor will not catch something.
Yeah.
If you can also get a second proofreader who is someone different then, because a lot of editors will do like the 2-pass, I'll read it and then I'll proofread it. They don't catch their own, just like you can miss your own mistakes. If they didn't catch it, they don't catch everything. So if you can also get a proofreader, I would. And for finding a good editor, Yeah, I would check and see what other books they've edited, and I would check the reviews of those books. If you're seeing like comments about the editing, likelihood is it's not that great an editor, to be honest.
I always tell people too, I've been called a Slytherin many times over this, but I will put mistakes in samples that I send editors to see if they catch it. Because if you're not missing the simple stuff that I know is wrong, then you are not worth your weight in whatever you're charging. So yeah, I'll just take out the word of, the word the. I'll rearrange an E and an I in a word, you know, to see if they're reading complete, like the full word or whatever. And so don't be afraid to put minor errors and test them. And if they miss them all, move on, find someone else. Typically, editors will give you a sample edit. And I will say that there are, I kind of like to call them novelty editors. It's those editors that this amazing author has been using for years and she's going to help me sell my book. Like, don't hire a novelty editor. You'll pay 3 to 4 to 5 times more to have their name in your book, and they're not going to sell your book for you.
Yeah, that's not going to help you sell your book. Readers could not care less who's editing it.
Exactly. They just care that it is edited, you know, and I mean, oh yeah, baby, listen. Always ask for a sample page. Yes. I didn't get a good editor. I'm finding grammar, spelling, and missing words. I paid for developmental and proofreading. It sucks so much. Now I'm seeing how crappy it is. Yeah. I think also with time, you can really see how good your edit was. You know, so like, I'm sure if Jamie went back to a book that she wrote 5 years ago and looked at it, she would just cringe, you know, like,
Yeah, definitely. I did. I have done that and just been like, oh gosh, Jamie. And what's funny to me, because I could remember when I started as Helen Cooper, and it was so I would get email, oh my God, I love your book so much, and this, that, and the other. And I remember thinking, I was feeling like, oh, maybe I'll put them under J.S. Cooper because I'm not doing anything with them. Add some stuff because they were novellas. And I'm like, oh, how much work do I have to put into it to make it a bit? I was like, this.
It's not even really worth it. I mean, at that point, it's like, okay, what is the plot structure? And just, it would be quicker to rewrite it completely than to try to fix old you writing. I mean, that's what I've found trying to rewrite my backlist. I'm like, I could write this entire book over from start to finish with the same outline better than trying to shovel through this crap.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So revising and editing are 2 different things. Sorry, I'm new at this. Yes, revising and editing are 2 different things. So I think when you edit, you are actually revising, but like if you're doing self edits, you're revising that draft. So you'll have draft 1, draft 2, draft 3, draft 4. You bring it to an editor, like your final step, and then they go through it and you're still revising. And then, you know, you send it to your proofreader and then you go through it again. And that's another revision that you're making. So every time you do like a major change to that book, it is a revision, but usually you make most of your revisions before it gets to the editing stage. Like your editing is almost final. Let's see. This is very true. It's because I have a corporate black soul and I don't think twice about it. This is business, you're gone. I don't care. We've been friends for 2 years. We've created a friendship through our business. You're fired. I don't just bless and release people. I will bless and release business partners too, you know. I take it so seriously. Like if we're paying you a fee to do something, then you better do what I'm paying you to do. And it's really that simple. And if you're not doing it, then am I just paying you to talk to you? Like, this ain't a sorority. I've already been there and done that. So Pansters of the world, unite.
Oh yeah.
Say preach. I love pantsing. I kind of wish I could put my duet to next year so I can write the books in the series. That way I'd have quite a few books out quickly. So do that. Terrellyn, you are the creator of your own schedule. You know, you're the CEO of your business. If that's what you want to do and that's what your heart and like your business mind tells you that needs to be done, then do that thing. Might be better for you in the long run. Yay, Padsters! I know 2 masters of English, both degreed in the US. They know that I am a vandal about commas and subject-verb agreement. They aren't betas. They're only there for the grammar. That's awesome. I'm really bad at grammar. It's probably something I could get some lessons in. Got burned so many times by editors, and I do not like to use the same editor for copy and proofreading. That's how I got burned on my first book. Yeah, and the thing that I've also learned is, you know, you may have an editor that's good for you at that point in your career, but as you grow as a writer, you need someone who can grow with you. And sometimes you outgrow editors. Like you need more of something that they're not giving you. And so it's okay to leave, you know. I know a lot of authors get, I don't know how to even describe it, but they're like, no, that's the only editor for me, no matter what. They're ride or die. And I don't understand that, especially if you're getting reviews that your edits suck, but they're still ride or die. Like, yeah. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. Off topic, kind of, but the moment you get a Kennedy Fox newsletter while you're on a stream with half of Kennedy Fox, that's funny. Revising and editing are 2 different things. I used to teach college English and literature, and this was a lecture I had to teach freshman classes. Explain it, SD. Or Jamie, if you have a different description of between revising and editing.
Oh, so for me, like basically, right, for revising is I'm strengthening the story. I'm changing and filling out plot lines that don't work, you know, making the sentences better. And editing, I'm looking for mistakes. So for me, as when I'm revising, I'm also editing at the same time, but I'm more just trying to strengthen and make the story better. And
Gotcha.
then on the edit, it's just for mistakes, grammar, punctuation, vocabulary, tense issues. So like I revise and obviously catch what I can. So it's partial edit, but I don't do any real editing myself. That's the editor. Because yeah, I find that a lot of times when you self-edit, I mean, some people are excellent self-editors, but you just don't catch. You know, a lot of times you make the same mistakes. I've had editors be like, oh, you know, the same, oh, you use this word 10 times or you made this mistake. I had one who obviously I don't use anymore. And she was like, oh, you know, I told you last time about something. Can't even remember what it was now. And I was like, okay, well, obviously I forgot.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that makes total sense. I think I'm revising in the same way. I'm not the greatest at grammar. It's probably my weakest link when it comes to that. That's why we need good editors. And unfortunately, we're in self-publishing. It's such an unregulated area of publishing. Like, I could get off the stream and tell everybody I'm an editor today and not have any kind of credentials or
well, that's the thing, yeah.
You know,
you could just easily be like, "Oh, get a blog. I'm editing now," and people will send you their money. Actually, so my same friend that was an editor for me, who was working at the law firm, actually edited. She joined Fiverr, you know that website Fiverr, as an editor, and someone who is a pretty big cozy mystery author sent her the book to edit. Didn't know her from Adam, and this was like the second she'd done mine, and I was like, wow, you know, you know, and I know she didn't have any credentials because she wasn't an editor.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine? Like, that's the thing. It is kind of scary. It's a scary world out there, guys. There are people who are seriously creating websites right now to take your money and give you a crappy edit because it's easy money. You know, oh, your book's 80,000 words. That's a quick $500. Like, I'm about to put that in my bank account and send you a crappy edit.
Or what I found some of them are doing, they're just using Grammarly themselves, and that's their edit, is the Grammarly suggestions. I realized that because I had an editor that I was just like, there was some things that were getting caught, but a lot of big stuff and a lot of the word choices were wrong. Like the changes were wrong. And now when I downloaded Grammarly, I was like, because sometimes Grammarly will see like, oh, it should be this. Maybe you mean this word, and it's not, and it doesn't make sense in the sentence. And I'm like, no, decline. And I'm like, oh my gosh, she was just going through Grammarly, and that's how she was doing her edits. So yeah, that was not a good time.
What a scammer. That is such a scammy thing to do. Like, oh man, I would have blasted them. I would have blasted them off to outer space with that one. That's so crazy. But yeah, like you just have to be careful out there, guys. You have to do your due diligence, because I had someone who messaged me on Instagram and they were like, hey, I fired my editor because of your videos. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, were they doing a good job? And they said that they were charging them $2,500 for like an 80,000 word book.
Oh my gosh. That's gonna be for just a copy edit, or
it was I think it was 2 passes. Okay. I think the first one was developmental and the second was copy edits. But it was the editor was like 6 months behind. And so it was like, okay, well, you have to pay half up front, and then I'll start working on your book like 6 months from now. And it's just a bad situation. And so many new authors get taken advantage of. Their edits, there are some cover designers that will take advantage. You really have to be careful, because, you know, as a newbie with a debut novel, spending $2,500 on edits, like, you're not going to make that money back. You're not going to, that's a waste. Like, you just put yourself in the red forever on that book.
Yeah. That's too much to spend.
Oh man. What's your strategy when deciding on what to publish next? If you know they say enemies to lovers is a popular trope, would you lead your series off with that one or go with what feels right?
Oh, wow. So I'm not a right to market sort of person. I've tried to, you see these posts, people, I'm right to market and I'm making $1 billion this year. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should like try and get in. But that's not how I write. I would say strategy on what to publish. And I've made so many mistakes. I would think about what you yourself want to write, and then how to make it marketable, like in whatever genre you write. Unless you're a super big name, if you write something super niche that, that's kind of out there, it might not do that way. If you really are trying to get as many people in as possible, I would think about, okay, what's the story I want to tell? What tropes kind of go along with that? I would also, in today's market, have it be a series, because you have to advertise and you're only going to make your money back on ads if you have multiple books in the series. Yes. And I would more so be planning out, how am I going to get people to buy 3 to 5 or however many books you do in that series, and maybe think about different ideas and start it with your strongest hook first and the one you're most excited about writing. Yeah.
That's great advice. Yeah. I hope that helped, Carolyn. That in today's market, we kind of touched on this earlier, but I think that series are king. And I talked about like our interconnected standalone series. So we have a point of entry at every book, and that's so important, because, if you have a series that's locked in where they have to read 3 books to get the full story, while you're promoting that series, it's kind of hard to be like, oh, the 3rd book's releasing, but you need to start back here. It's like, just start here, and I will hook you with this book, and then you're going to read all the other ones, but yeah, being what you're most excited about. Writing to market for me would not work. I can't just go and look at Amazon and be like, oh, bully high school romance is good, let me write up 80,000 words of that. Like, I don't work like that. But popular tropes, some of these have been around since the 1800s, guys.
Yeah, I can remember being a teenager and read, you know what I mean? It's weird to me when I see like authors being, oh, you know, so and so, or read, oh, you know, so and so like created this trope, or you know, all these people are copying so and so. I'm like, you know, I grew up reading like I grew up in England. It was Mills and Booth. I grew up reading like Harlequin romance novels, like multiple a week. And every trope out there has been done. You know what I mean? Like it's not new to you. You know, right? What? And I think like, you know, as long as you put your own spin on it, you know, it's fun. And right, if you have several tropes that you're interested in and you feel like one is more popular right now, sure, maybe go ahead and push that one. There are definitely, so I write what I want to write, but there are definitely tropes that I've written that just sell better. And I know it's the trope. Like that's just one that more people are interested in. And I always say, oh, maybe I should, but I just can't, because you get bored, you know.
Which trope is it for you?
You know, boss employee.
Work romance.
I was just always like, okay, yeah, I've like, oh wow, these boss ones, you know, the work romance ones are really doing well for, you know, like in series when I have multiple different tropes going on, I always find that the one that's centered around the boss. I guess a lot of people have. I never had a good looking boss.
Girl, me either. My boss was like Frankenstein. Like even the thought, like sometimes I would go to work and I was like, you know, this job wouldn't be so bad if I at least had a douchebag boss who was good looking. Like I could probably handle it a little more. But when you're Frankenstein and a douchebag, like how could people do their boss? Like I understand it happens. Okay, but in my situation, it would have never happened. We could have been the last two people on Earth, and I would have let humanity die off.
Me too.
Revision is changing things, moving, changing sentences or paragraphs, creating new scenes, sentences, deleting sentences. Got it. Macro edits, overall story structure, editing, grammar, spelling. Yes. Editing is proofreading, always revise then edit to not do double work. Absolutely. Can't believe that story, JS. I think she's referring to the editor or the
okay, yeah.
Or maybe she's referring to your friend who was in the group and you were like, good editors for romance. I don't really have any suggestions at the moment, unfortunately. Our editor, we've been with her for ever and ever and ever. And we're just used to her, but you know, we're always looking for an editor who can bring us to the next level. I would say go into Alexandra Torres Inkers group and search that baby. People ask once a week for editor recommendations. Oh, she's talking about the Grammarly thing. So scammy. Yeah, and they'll easily like deposit your money into their bank account and sleep great at night. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Do you think it's better to publish ASAP with a shoestring budget or to save up for a year or so and spend more on the launch?
So, you know, honestly, in today's market, if you want to make money, you have to spend money on ads. It's just the simple fact, unless like you're best friends with like the number 1 through 5 romance authors who are going to email your book to their like mailing list and push it hard for you on social media. For if you want the book to sell, you kind of have to do some ads. I don't know what you consider shoestring budget. Like for, you know, when I started, I didn't have to really do ads. You know, you could just I would just send my book to bloggers and ask them to post it, and I would get some sales from that. But now, you know what I mean? You know, everyone I know has to do ads. And I think right? I think minimum ad really to even start getting any sort of attention is $50 a day.
Yeah. Yeah. And, I went to a conference, and one of the authors who spoke about ads, when you get to a higher level, you're going to spend more per day. So you can start at $25, $50 during release week, but there are authors out there who are spending $500, $1,000, $2,000 a day on Facebook ads.
Yeah.
And they convert. They convert. They're spending the money and they're making it back. But when you do that, Facebook takes that money out within 30 days, and you don't get paid for 60 days. So, don't go get a second mortgage on your house to do ads. I've seen people do that. I saw a girl who, it was a couple of years ago, and there was this really scammy guy who was like teaching all the KU authors basically how to scam. And he would run their ads for them and charge them an outrageous amount. And he talked the girl into taking her income tax refund and putting it into ads, even though they were going to pay off like their vehicle with it. And it was like $15,000. And I'm like, you just took a major risk. Like,
did it work out for her?
I think it did work out, but like the fact that, you trusted someone with so much money, and like, don't do stuff like that. When I started, it was in 2014. And I think I spent $1,000 to release back then. And I had blog tours, and, I scheduled everything I could because I didn't have a reach. I needed that reach. Mm-hmm. And there are blog tours around that'll still do that. I don't know if they're as effective. But when you release, you're going to spend one of two things. You're going to spend your time, or you're going to spend your money. And so if you don't have a lot of money, you need to spend a lot of time to make up for that. And eventually you'll be somewhere in the middle where you'll have some time and you'll have some money. And, I feel like that's the best thing, because you're being visible on social media, but then you're also like as yourself, but then you're also reaching people that are not in like your circle. And TikTok, I hate it. I talk about how much I hate it all the time, but that would take time, but it's a free way to get your books out there. And it does work. It does work. I have proof that it works, but time or money, one or the other. Your time is invaluable. So you have to make sure that you're putting a price tag on that. If I should hire an editor or not. Yes, hire an editor. Just take your time finding the right one. Readers are not like they were back in 2013, 2014. They would look past mistakes. Everyone thought 50 Shades was the best book ever in the romance world. And if you read it today, you're like, oh my goodness, like that structure was not that great. The pacing was not perfect here. And so we would look past a lot of things. In 2022, you need to have a good package. And if your editing is bad, you may have lost that reader for your entire career. For a debut. Yes, hire an editor. Okay. I'm writing to make money. I can't spend money on...
Exactly.
Protect your space, because scammers are out there and they want inside of it. Okay, let me see if I'm missing any.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. So for ads, a lot of times people don't even make a profit on the first book, depending on how much you're putting into the ads and if you're really pushing it. So I would not start investing heavily into your product on your first book. I would wait, like Brooke says, until you have several titles out. And that's why it's good to have them coming quite quickly, so that, once book 3 is out, start pushing book 1, with ads, so that people have a read through. And 5 to 7, depending. There's charts out there that can tell you your profit based on how many people are going from book 1 to book 2 to book 3. So you know how much money you can afford to spend to get people into the series. Because a lot of times you might think, oh my God, I had to spend $2 and I'm only selling this book for $3.99. But if you're like, oh, but I'm making another 274 on book 2, and another 274 on book 3, and 50% of my readers are going through, then you can afford to put in a little bit more, even if you don't see it in book 1, but you really have to know your carry through, your read through rate.
Yes.
So you can know how much you can invest.
Yeah, that's a good point. There are spreadsheets out there, and essentially what a read through rate is, if you're like super new, it's like a spreadsheet where you can plug in how many books you sold, like in, for example, 30 days. And so you put in your first book and say you sold 75 copies of your first book, or 100 copies. We'll make it easy. 100 copies of your first book. And then of your second book, you sold 50 copies. So at that point, you have a 50% read through rate. So you know that the value of that first book, if someone downloads it, then you can times the total of book 1 and 2 times 50%. And that's what that book is, the value of that book. So when we do freebies, we talk about this a lot. We're like, give a book away for free, because if you have a 50% read through rate, and you give away 10,000 books, then it's never 50%. Like, let's be serious. It's more like 20%. But if you have a 20% read through rate, then you know that this entire series, for them to buy it outright, is $100. And so your read through rate is 20. So then the value of that customer is $80. So you just spent $2 to have a customer for $80 based on your read through rate. So you have to think about the big picture when you're doing ads, not just like the micro level of 1 for 1, because it's not like that. And that's another reason why you want to write in series, not just, one-offs here. Like our standalones, we would fail as Kennedy Fox if we wrote standalones. Unless they're interconnected. That's the goal. Set it in the same world. Softly introduce them. Okay. Someone says, I'm looking at Reedsy and Upwork for editors and proofreaders. I mean, I've seen editors on Reedsy. I feel like they are very expensive compared to the market. So I wouldn't even waste my time there.
Yeah, I wouldn't do Reedsy.
I'd go to Facebook. I would download books that are topping in the charts and look on their copyright page. They typically put their editors, unless there's some ghost writer factory, and they're just shoving it through Grammarly. They don't have an editor listed. They're probably shoving it through Grammarly. I'm skewing my erotica to underrepresented markets if I'm going to write to market. Oh no. Okay. Let's see. This will be the last question. Can an author write new books in a completed series that ended years ago if it's from another character in the series, or is it best to let old series lie?
So that's a hard one. One, how well did that initial the completed series do? Do you have a substantial amount of readers who are asking about this other character? And 2, are you going to tie it, like, is your claim to fame for that book like, oh, it's related to this series? Or are you just going to launch it as a brand new series so that people think it's, it's just a brand new set of people, but the people who read the other series, oh, this is X character. Oh yeah, I want to read this. For me, like, I find once a series is dead and gone, it's hard to revive it. I think it's easier to sell a new series, market it as a new series. And then for the people who know, and that's what plus, more sales. But I say let old series lie, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm gonna totally 100% agree with that. Unless you're like Colleen Hoover and you have millions of fans who need a spinoff, and you know that you sold millions of copies of that first book, then yes, take those sequels to the bank, But for most mid-listers like us, it's not beneficial for us to go back to Checkmate and do a second generation. It's not beneficial. Our readers want it, but that's super readers. Those are super fans. You're going to make them happy. And I think that you can still make them happy by doing a newsletter, novella, something like that, so they can touch on it. But I'd move on. Unless it's selling tons, move on. Start a new series, get people excited about something new instead of staying in those same old worlds that really didn't break out. I think it's a waste of time. But yeah, I think we did it. I think that's it. JS, I just want to say I'm so happy to talk to you in real life. This is our first time ever by chatting with each other. I'm so happy. It's just like, you know, like chatting with you. And
well, thank you for having me. It was so much fun. I was so nervous, like, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. It was fun.
Oh, you shouldn't be nervous. Every person that's come on with me, they're like, oh, you make this easy, you know? So I'm just glad that you were able to come on and like share your knowledge and expertise, since you're like an OG indie who've done all the things, you've checked all the boxes. You know, I'm honored to have you on my channel chatting with everybody. But if you would like, you can tell everyone where they can find you, what you're working on, what books they can purchase, and let them know.
Sure. So I'm on Facebook and Instagram as JS Cooper Author. I was on TikTok, but I kind of have social anxiety and it just was not work. I was like, oh, I can't. Like, and I don't like, oh my God, I didn't get this view. You know, I was feeling depressed. Yeah. So I was like, this isn't worth it for me. But yeah, I'm JS Cooper Author. And what am I working on? I'm working on a enemies to lovers romance called P.S. Lose This Number, which actually is a lot of fun. I'm driving across country right now, so I've been doing a lot of transcription. So the editing on that's going to be kind of fun. But yeah, thank you for having me, and congratulations on 8,000. That is a huge. I know compared to your husband, you don't think it's huge, but that is amazingly huge. You know what I mean? So yay!
Thank you so much. I actually really love that title name. P.S. Lose My Number. Like that's that's perfect. Like that is perfect for enemies to lovers. But yeah, you guys, make sure to go follow Jamie everywhere. Purchase her books if you would like, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So let me see if I can end this. Bye, Jamie. Safe travels. Give the doggos kisses, and I'm sure I will chat with you soon too. So thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. So that was it. This was the epic of epicists live stream ever. I hope that you all found value in this. I really wanted to come and have different perspectives. Y'all hear me talk all the time. But it's good to have different perspectives from people who are at different places. Of course, Brooke is like, you know, if I had a clone, she would be it. And Rachel has her strengths as well. You know, she did take a sabbatical for a little while, taking care of her life and her family and all of that. But she has a lot that she can share because, you know, we get so caught up in the, we need to release now, that can just affect everything. And so I feel like Rachel really brought something to the stream, of course, that everyone can relate to, because we've all been there. I've been there. Of course, Will, the lovely husband, the smartest person I know. He's always fun to talk to and always has so much knowledge about things that are completely and utterly over my head. But yeah, I'm glad that y'all were able to ask him questions that he, of course, I knew he would be able to answer. You can throw something to left field to him and he has the answer to it. And then Jamie, she's such a nice person, and I've always enjoyed her being in the live streams, writing with us. And like I said, she releases a lot, and she's done it all. She's traditionally published. She's made all the lists that you can actually make, like, out there. And she's very knowledgeable with all of this. And so, yeah, I hope that you found value. I'm so honored that so many people would tune into my channel. Like, even now I'm like, why do people watch this? But y'all are just as passionate about this as me, and I wanted to be able to give back. And you know, it's hard when you're trying to plan something that's going to help people at all different levels, because you know, I can't talk to everybody individually, and I know there was a lot of questions I missed, but I can give you my most valuable commodity, and that's time. And time is one of those things that no billionaire, no Jeff Bezos, no Elon Musk, none of those can purchase, and we all have limited amounts of that. So I hope that you appreciate that I gave you 5 hours of something that I will never get back, that I can't purchase. I can't. It's that time was for you guys to show you how much I appreciate you. And my voice is a little sore, so y'all probably did Will a favor. He won't have to listen to me talk for the rest of the night. But yeah, let's see what some of these comments say real quick. Awesome. I'm so glad. I would love to one day do a conference for authors, plan something for newbies, and, being able to just pull people together that all have the common ground. Like, this was like, hey, maybe one day I could do a conference because I can get some cool people in here that can give y'all insight. And I hope that y'all learn something. I know 5 hours, 5 hours. You're so welcome. I'm so glad so many of y'all are here. The replay will stay up. I will leave the replay up. I will try to go through, since I was very strict with time, and I will timestamp everybody. So if there is a specific point of, like, if there was something that Brooke said and you were like, man, I didn't quite catch all that because they moved on, the replay will be there and you can go and rewatch it. And I want to say that, like, you can tell through the stream that, the stuff that we talked about earlier, Jamie touched on that too. And when you get to a certain level, those things don't change. Like, that's like basic foundation stuff. And if you learn those things in the beginning, then that will stick with you throughout your career, and it will help you to level up and to build your brand bigger, better, faster. Yay. Thank you so much. Okay. So, yes, there is an AuthorTube writing conference in July. SD, if you'll tell them what the title is. They invited me to be a part of it, but I will actually be camping during that time. And if I commit to something, I want to be available for people. So I will not be participating in that. But, eventually one day, not anytime soon, but in the future, I would like to put together a real life conference where we can all go and be in a location together. Like I said, 5-year plan. But yeah, as far as what's going on for me, I am in the process of starting to write a new book. Terrellyn, this will answer your question. Yes, I will be live streaming this week. I'm trying to come up with a realistic schedule. I will try to give y'all a 24-hour notice and get it up there, so then y'all will know I've got a book to write. So we're going to start our live streams again. And yeah, I think it'll be fun. If y'all have any questions about this stream, I know many of you were here the entire time. I'm so appreciative because, that's your time too. And we spend it on each other. But if you have any questions, once I end the stream, please comment them down below. And if you're watching this on the replay, comment down below. I've been trying to reply back to people who comment. So I will reply back to you. And if I don't know the answer, because I don't know everything, I will try to find the answer or ask someone who does know the answer. But yeah, that is all I have for today. Like I said, 5-hour live stream. When we get to 10,000 subscribers, which is 1,500 subscribers away, we'll probably do another one. So tell your friends, recommend the channel, make sure to like, subscribe, and yeah, I will catch you all later. And it's been real and it's been fun, but I'm going to stop talking now. So thank you for real. Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate it. And I will see y'all very soon. Bye, guys.